All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Please be seated. Good morning. Mr. Court Officer, can you please call the case?
Good morning, Your Honours. This is file number KSC-BC 2020-05, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Salih Mustafa.
Thank you. First of all, I will call appearances. Mr. Prosecutor, who is present for the SPO today?
Good morning, Your Honours. Good morning, everyone. The prosecution is represented today by Sylvia Daskoli, Associate Prosecutor, Linda Pedersen, our case manager, and myself, Cezary Michalczuk, SPO Prosecutor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Victims Counsel, you have the floor.
Good morning, Your Honours. Good morning, everybody. The participating victims this morning are represented by Victims Counsel Annie Poes and by myself, Brechtje Vossenberg, co-counsel.
Thank you. Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Defense is represented by Mr. Shala, co-counsel, myself, Julius von Bonet, Mr. Fatmi Pillai, interpreter and investigator. In the courtroom is also present Mr. Mustafa.
Very well. Thank you. And for the record, you are appearing for trial panel 1. Today we will hear the testimony of defense witness 800, Mr. Nazmi Verbovci. Madam Court Usher, can we please usher the witness into the courtroom? Mr. Verbovci, good morning and welcome to the Specialist Chambers.
Yes, I hear you well.
Here.
I hear you very well.
Mr. Verbovci. Good. First of all, how are you?
Mir.
Good.
Today, Mr. Verbovci, we will start with your testimony. Yeah? And you are called to testify before the Specialist Chambers in the case of the Specialist Prosecution against Mr. Salih Mustafa in order to assist the panel to reach a verdict. Yeah? After you have taken your solemn declaration to tell the truth, you will be asked questions by first the defense counsel of Mr. Mustafa sitting on your right hand. Yeah? Then you will be asked questions by the counsel for the prosecution on your right hand next to the panel, and then with the toga in purple, and then by the victims' counsels sitting next to you. Yeah, do you see that on your right hand? You can turn there. Yeah. Okay, very well. And at the end, you will be asked questions by us, the judges of the panel. Yeah, have you understood that?
Awesome.
Yes.
To provide you with some guidance for answering the questions that will be asked. Mr. Verbovci, listen carefully to each question. If you don't understand, feel free to ask the question to be repeated. Yeah? We want you to tell the truth and to tell what you saw, what you heard, what you sensed, what you experienced. If you found out in some other way, please tell us and explain us how. You may not remember all the details of the events, and this is perfectly fine. Please testify on what you remember. You can say, I don't remember, I don't know, as long as you tell the truth. Please answer the question and do not deviate from what you are asked. I also remind you that you may object to provide your testimony on issues that might incriminate you. Yeah, pursuant to Rule 151, Paragraph 1 of the rules. That's a right you have. Have you understood all this?
Oh,
Yes.
I would like to give you some practical advice, Mr. Verbowski. It is important because everything we say here is translated and recorded. To speak at a slow pace, to speak in the microphones, and to speak clearly. Yeah? This will allow the interpreters to translate everything. Very important is that you should only start speaking when the person asking you a question has finished. So please count in your head up till 5 after the question has finished, and only then start with your answer in order to enable the translation of what the person before you was saying to be finished. Yeah? If not, we will have overlapping speakers, and that's impossible to translate. And that's an important point. If I raise my hand, please stop talking. I won't say it out loud, or I will try not to say it out loud, because then I will interfere with the interpretation, and I don't want to do that. Sometimes you will be asked to take off your headphones or even be ushered out of the courtroom. And that is the case when something needs to be discussed with regard to the questions you are posed. And because we don't want to influence you, you are requested to be ushered out or to take off your headphones so you cannot hear what we are saying. If you have any questions, if you need a break, please raise your hand and then you will be given the floor. Yeah? Is that all clear for you?
work yard.
Yes, it's clear.
And an ulterior question, Mr. Verbowski, do you speak English?
You.
No.
As we must do with every witness, I will now ask you to read your solemn declaration to tell the truth. And it's an offense within the jurisdiction of the specialist chambers to give a false testimony. Have you understood that?
Yard kan det.
Yes, it's clear.
Madam Court Clerk, can you please assist the witness with his solemn declaration to tell the truth? And Mr. Verbowski, you can now read the text.
In the judge.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Under oath to tell the truth. We can now begin with the testimony of Mr. Verbowski, and we will start with the interrogation by the defense counsel. Defense counsel, you have estimated 2 hours, I saw on the list for the interrogation. Is that right? Yes? If there are any changes, please inform us for reasons of planning. Yeah? You have the floor.
Yes, thank you.
Good day, Mr. Witness. Good day.
Zoti dëshmitar.
Question. Mr. Witness, we are going to discuss the period of 1999, namely the situation in Kosovo at that time. Can you please tell us where did you live in 1999? Answer. I lived in Barilev village.
Ku jeton?
Question. And where do you live today? Answer. There. I live in the same village.
Gjatë vitit një
Question. During 99, and specifically during the period of March of that year, March and April of 99, can you tell us a little bit about the security situation in your village? Answer. Yes, I can. Please, go ahead. Answer. Like in every other place in Kosovo, the situation was not good in my village. Fightings were going on. Pressure was brought to bear on us. So all of us, had to engage ourselves, whoever wanted to do so, to form our units, our groups, to stand up for the population, to protect the population, to accommodate the population, especially in our village, in our neighborhood, Verbovci neighborhood in Barilev, where I stayed all the time. Question. You said that you started to organize yourselves in the military sense and set up your units. Can you please tell us how did you go about it? How did you decide to do that, and how did it function?
For a moment, can you take off your headphones? Defense Counsel, I see the word units in the answer of the witness, but did he say, yeah, he might have implied it, but he didn't say anything about the military, or did he? Did he use that word? I didn't hear him use the word that, let me see it here, to organize yourself in a military sense and set up your units. But in the military sense, he did not say at all. So, you can rephrase it. I can imagine that he was implying that, but he was not saying that. So let's keep to the wording of Mr. Witness. Yeah?
Okay.
Question. Mr. Witness, when you refer to the word unit, what do you imply? That is your organization in units. Answer. A unit is a group of 10, 20, 30 members. So we are all co-villagers, friends, with the sole purpose of protecting the population against the Serb paramilitary groups.
Po, ka qenë qëllimi.
Question. Yes, I understand that was the purpose, to defend the population. But this unit, what concrete tasks did it have? Answer. Its task was to help people pass through that passage, which was in our neighborhood. We were boss. We were there to help the population pass through that passage, to go to from Lab to our village. We stood guard, we observed where Serb military and police positions were. These were our duties. People came from Lab and settled in what we call in a pasture between two hills. That's where people stayed until evening in order then to pass to the other side, to pass to Vranidol. Thank you, Mr. Witness. Question. You said that was the only passage point from lab area. From lab area to where? Answer. They passed Vranidol, Rimanesh, and I don't know, other places. That was not my responsibility. I was responsible only for my neighborhood and my house. Can they be asked to wait for the question and answer, Your Honor?
As a request from the interpretation booth that please wait for each other when answering and posing questions. So please leave some time between the question before answering, yeah, in order to understand it well. Please proceed, Mr. Witness, if you had not finished your answer yet.
Senhor Fabiano, nós
Yes, you can ask me. Question, Mr. Witness. From the lab zone, people had to go through Barilev to go to other places, and that was the only place they could go through. From that point, where could people go to? Answer. Golak. But it was not my responsibility to know where they went. They were elderly people, children, and so on. Question. You're Mr. Witness. I am not asking you where they went. Where could they go? That is the question. Answer. I know that they could go only to Ranidol, and then after that I don't know. They knew where they were going. I'm not asking about those people. I am asking to come to that point, Vranidol. From there, where can one go to? To what part of Kosovo? What part of what city? Answer. I think to Pristina. That was the closest town. Only 30 kilometers, I think. 20 kilometers. Correction, 12 kilometers to Pristina. There was the main road, Pristina to Pristina. Question. Let's go back to the units. Do you remember what time period was it when you decided to set up those units? Answer. It was March and April. Question. What year? Answer. 99. Question. Can you tell us, please, who was the one that thought or proposed or who came up with the idea of setting up such units? Answer.
Please proceed with your answer.
I don't know who came up with this idea.
Lord,
Of course, the superiors who led the war, they should know more. I know only about our neighborhood, Lumnitz, Verbots. Question, yes, that's why I'm asking you about that place where you were, about the units set up in Barilev village. How did you realize that a unit was set up and that you had to join it? I acted. Question, tell us. Answer, I cooperated with reliable, trustworthy people because the situation was very precarious. You had to work illegally. And because of the great pressure we were subjected to, we were obliged to do that because nobody wanted war. Question. Was there anyone outside of Barilev who told you to set up the unit, or you yourselves decided to set it up? Answer. We cooperated with superiors, people who had ideals. With these people we started and we worked and we established the units in Barilev.
A ju kujtohet sa njësi ka pas Barileva?
Question, do you know how many units Barilev had? One in Lumnitz neighborhood, one in my house in Verbots neighborhood.
Dhe sa antar?
Question, how many members did Lumnitz unit have? I don't know, because the unit in Lumnitz moved about. They went to Mayats because there were more frequent fightings there. They went to the rescue. They rested. But generally, most of us were from Barilev. There were some others who were in my house. Question, how many members did the Verbovs unit had? Answer, always from 10 to 20 people were accommodated in my house. And we cooperated with the unit of Lumnitz neighborhood. Question, what unit did you personally belong? Answer, that of Verbots. First I was in Lumnitz unit, and then I had to pass to the other one in Verbots. Question, did this unit have a commander? Answer, I don't know about the commanders. We had the person in charge. Because we all refer to one another as commanders. Who was the one more responsible? My closest friend, Yusuf Shalaku, who was one of the first activists.
E kur thua të gjithë një
Question, when you say all of you were commanders in a sense, what do you mean? Answer, we always addressed one another as commanders. That's why I said all of us were commanders. But one was, of course, a real commander.
e tha që Yusuf
Question, you said that Yusuf Shalak was commander and was your best friend. Was he from Barilev? Answer, no. He came to help us. He was from Shkobay village.
fshati Shkaba
Question, how far is Shkabay village from Barilev? Answer, about 15 kilometers.
For my understanding, can you take off your headphones, please, Mr. Witness? Thank you. The question was, did this unit have a commander? And then he said, I don't know about the commanders. And then he says, who was the one more responsible? And then he says, my closest friend, Yusuf Shakulu. And then you make a summary. You said that Yusuf Shakulu was the commander. But he didn't say he was the commander. I just say that he was the one in charge, and you can translate that as a commander. But he started off with saying, I don't know about the commanders. So I would prefer that you ask a question in this regard to see what he meant, because he apparently didn't want to say that it was the commander. At least that were his wording. So don't put words in his mouth, I would say. But you can rephrase it, I'm sure.
Mr. Witness.
Zoti dëshmitar,
Mr. Witness, in your answer earlier on, you said there weren't commanders, but there was someone in charge. Is it accurate? Answer, yes. Does it mean that Yusuf Shalaku was only in charge? Answer, we regarded him as our commander, but he was in charge. I was the coordinator. Question, you recall when he came to, Yusuf Shalaku came to Barilev? Answer, in March, right to my house. Question, can you tell us whether before March there were any military actions taken by the Serb army and the police in that region? Answer, no, not in our village. Question, you said that many people passed through Barilev village because it was a good passage point. Yes, that's how it was. Question, was it the only place where people could pass from Lab to go to other parts of Kosovo? Answer, from Podujev up to Verbos, there was no other place to pass. That was the only one. People were afraid, when they passed. When you are saying people had to make sacrifices, they were afraid. Why? Because Serb forces were stationed on both sides. They were 1.5 kilometers far from my house, and on the other side, from the Vranidol side, they were 1 kilometer away. Behind our back, they were 3 kilometers away on the border with Brevic village. So we were like in a triangle, in the middle of triangle. Question. So apparently Barilev, as you say, was in this triangle surrounded by police or military army forces. You still, nevertheless, managed to pass these people from that point in a safe way? Answer. Let us understand each other. Barilev has many neighborhoods. It has about 1,300 houses. But when I said triangle, I meant Verbovci neighborhood, because Barilev is quite a wide village. It couldn't be the whole village within triangle. I meant only my neighborhood. Question, just to be more clear. So apparently only Verbovs was part of the triangle. Answer, yes. Question, the other parts, they were not. Answer. I explained it to you with kilometers how far the forces were stationed. 1 kilometer, 1.5 kilometers, and 3 kilometers. That's where we were. Question, were there people coming from other regions of Kosovo and to Barilev, displaced people? Yes, there were displaced people in other neighborhoods. I know that in Leza village there were many. Yes, there were displaced people in other neighborhoods. Question. You are referring to some neighborhoods in your answers. Can you tell us exactly how many neighborhoods does Barilev have? You can answer, yes, I can. I know everybody. 8 neighborhoods at least. At least 8. Question, when you say at least, you mean there may be more? Yes, I would say up to 10. Question, to your knowledge, how many neighbors are there? Answer, 10. Question. During this time period, March of 99, March, April of the same year, was there military activities in Barilev? Answer. In 99, fightings. I may say there were fightings and there weren't fightings. When I say there were and there weren't, I mean that in March, the police forces came in the middle of Barilev. They went up to the end of Barilev and killed a professor called Selim Berisha. I said in my statement, I think I gave another name because for the moment I forgot when I gave the statement, but his name is Selim Berisha. He was a teacher in Ali Kelmedi's school in Barilev. He was killed in his own home. That's where situation started to deteriorate in Barilev. Do you recall when that happened? Answer, I'm not sure about the date. It was sometime in the half of March. Question, when you say half of March, what do you mean, the first or the second half? Question, the second, for sure.
Dhe kjo ka qenë vetmja
Question. And this was the only military activity in that area and the only person killed? Answer, the only person killed. There were ill treatments here and there. Maybe it's worth mentioning, maybe it's not for the public. I did not see it myself, but the sub forces were involved in some bad things there.
gjatë kësaj periudhe
Question. During this time period, and I'll mention it again, March, April 1999, in addition to the movement of the civilian population, was there a movement of KLA soldiers through this point? Answer, yes, of course there was. There was. Question. You personally, did you have contact with those soldiers? Answer, yes, they all passed through me.
Wait after the question. You really have to. You never wait too long. Just give it a few seconds, because if not, it overlaps, and I cannot hear the question, and I cannot hear your answer because I don't talk your language. Huh? So please, at a slow pace. Proceed with your answer.
pyetja ime ishte a ke
Question. My question was, did you have contact with those soldiers? Answer, yes, I did. Question. Did it ever happen for these soldiers to stay in Barilev, or they only passed through Barilev? Answer. There were those who stayed, and there were also occasions when they only passed. Question. When the
Really, you have to wait for the witness to finish, because the translation is still going on. And then you ask a question, but I haven't heard his answer. So I know that we are all doing our utmost and we are in the heat of the examination. But yeah, give it a try.
Yes, of course. Yes. Kalimi I
question. The passage, the passing of the population through this point and that of the soldiers, usually in what part of the day did it occur? Answer. The population came to Lumnica neighborhood. They would stay there for the whole day, and then in the evening they would come to us, and then we would take them to the area, to this meadow between the two hills. That's where we kept the population. We would take care of their well-being, food and clothing, and then in the evening we would place our soldiers on different points in case the population would be attacked, and we cooperated with the civilian protection, and they did a very good job. I was their organizer. The civilian defense went through me. Everything went fine. Nobody fell into a trap. Nobody suffered any injury. So that's why I'm very thankful to them. Question. These soldiers that you mentioned and who you said there were times when they would stay in Barilev, in which neighborhood of Barilev did they stay? Answer, in Lumnica neighborhood and Verbovsk neighborhood. Question, in whose houses did they stay, if you know, when they stayed there? Answer, yes, of course I do know. In Lumnica, the unit was in the house of Isuf Lumnica. The Kemal Lumnica was a soldier, and he was accommodating the unit in his house. And in Verbovsk neighborhood, in the house of Shaban Verbovsky, my father, whom I thank very much. I had his support, the support of my uncle and the entire family, not only the close families, but everybody. They were willing to help. We did not get weapons from anybody. We only used our personal weapons, the weapons that we had.
The witness, please give answer to the question. Don't elaborate on other things. Yes?
Okay.
Your Honor, I would like to show to the witness one photo, and it is his house, the house that he is speaking.
Very well. Please proceed liaising with
thank you.
the court officer.
Court officer, please, can you screen the document DSM 00087? Zoti dëshmitar.
Question, Mr. Witness.
Në ekranin e juaj përpara.
On the screen before you, do you see a photograph? Answer, yes, very well. Question, can you please tell us what is depicted on this photograph? Answer, this is my house, my former house. This is where I lived. Question, the writing, the handwriting and the signature below on the photograph, is it yours? Answer, yes. Question, what does the red circle on the second story of the house represent? Answer, I've already stated that and I will state again. Salih Mustafa, when he would pass there, he would be tired, he would arrive in the evening every now and then, and he would rest there for an hour, 2 hours. So this is where he rested. It's the room circled with a red circle. Question, this room, was it used only by Salih Mustafa? Answer, it was people's room, not only Salih Mustafa's room. It belonged to all the people.
A mund të na sqaroni pak më shumë kur thua e po.
Question, when you say of the people, can you explain what you mean? Answer, my father and myself in those circumstances opened the doors to everybody, and this is what I mean to all the people.
Në kohën
Question, during the times when Salih Mustafa would stay in this room, were there other people in the other parts of the house? Answer, yes, there were. My family members were there.
That from now on, the defense counsel poses the question, and then I nod to you, and then you can give the answer. Because I don't want to have this overlapping questioning. Yeah? So, and then if it goes better, we will go back to normal. Please proceed,
thank you.
defense counsel.
Thank you. Court officer, please, thank you for this. You can remove that picture. Your Honor, I want now another picture to show to them.
Please proceed.
Yeah, thank you. Please, court officer. It is document DSM 00088. Zoti dëshmitar, a jeni
Question, Mr. Witness, do you see the photograph in front of you? Answer, yes, I do. It's clear to me. Question, the handwriting and the signature below, is it yours? Answer, yes.
And then I would say yes, and then you can give an answer, okay?
Okay, okay.
A mund të na tregoni
Question, can you tell us what do these numbers represent, the 8M and the 24M on the photograph?
Ku shihen këto llas?
Where you see this 8M, 24M, there was a house, there used to be a house here, 24 meters by 8 meters, and that was the location where the army would stay. That's where they were accommodated, had their food. Question, this room, in which neighborhood was it? Answer, it was in Verbov's neighborhood in my house.
kjo pjesë
Question, so what we see on the photograph, these houses, they're all owned by your family, the property of your family, right? Answer, yes. Question, thank you.
officer, please, you can remove. Pak parë i përmendet armët.
Question. A while ago you mentioned weapons and said that you did not have weapon supplies, but you use your own personal weapons. Answer, yes, that's how it was. Question, what type of weapon did you have? Answer, we had simple weapons, automatic rifles, even hunting rifles. Mr. Lawyer, we used hunting rifles too. Kalashnikovs, light weapons.
Kjo gjendja me armat
Question, and the situation with the weapons, did it continue until the end of the world? Was it so until the end of the world war? Answer, we ended the war with these weapons. Question, and did you have sufficient ammunition for those weapons? Answer, no, we didn't have enough ammunition. We looked after the bullets as if they were our own eyes, the light of our eyes.
Zoti dëshmitar, gjatë periudhës
Question, during March and April 1999, Mr. Witness, apart from the killing of the professor that you mentioned, I'm asking you again, was any other death in that village in Barilev at that time?
Kapos.
Answer, there was 11 people from are dead in Barilev. 3 of them are martyrs. Question, and these 11 deaths, did they all occur in March, April 99? Answer, yes. Question, all these persons were from Barilev village? Answer, all of them. That's why I'm saying 11 from Barilev. Question, was there any other civilian who was not from Barilev but who died in Barilev? Answer, it's the 12th person. It was Kachiu, the interpreter didn't get the first name. He had come previously from Lupch and was staying with a son-in-law of his, who is my cousin, and he was killed in April, on the 12th of April.
First name of this person, because the interpreter didn't get the name.
Necmi.
Nejmi.
e cekët datën 12
Question, you mentioned 12th of April as a date. Do you remember the circumstances of the death of this person, how this person died?
Po shumë mirë më kujt.
Question, I remember them very well. May I continue? Question, yes. Answer, at the time, on the 12th of April in the afternoon at around 3:34 p.m., the Serb police and military forces came from the rear, from behind us. I was with the soldiers in my house. The problem was in front of us, but they attacked from the rear, from behind where the mountain was, and caught us by surprise. They had camouflaged themselves with some foliage, so we received the news that the Serb forces had entered. I stayed myself in the house where you see that red wall. That's the entrance where our soldiers would get in. I positioned myself in my own yard, but they did not come to the house. So the soldiers that were there were engaged in fighting as they were withdrawing. Bedri, Kurti, and Nejmi Kachiu were killed during the withdrawal, and they the three others were lined up. The one with the bullet marks on his jumper, he was not killed. Habit Verbovsi and Sabit Kelmeni were shot, but they were not killed. Nejbedin was killed as he was trying to flee the location.
5 days of the Shmitar. Your Honor, I want to put again this picture of the house because he mentioned this house and the way how he became there, just to show him again in a picture. Where is that pass?
Okay, can you take off your headphones, please, Mr. Witness? Can you clarify for the panel where you're heading to with this interrogation?
Just to have no. He stated, I stayed myself in the house where you see that red well.
Manom, what I mean is, why are you? What is the relevance of what we are what you are discussing now with the witness for the defense case? Just to understand why you are going into. Defense counsel, please let me talk. What is the relevance for the defense case to go into this detail? That's what I would like to understand. And that already today on more levels, you go into very much detail, and I'm just trying to understand why it's necessary to go into that detail.
Okay, it is not necessary.
Okay, then
That's
we
for
don't do that.
understanding, nothing else. Zoti dëshmitar.
Question, Mr. Witness. You mentioned the day 12 of April and described what happened on that day. Can you please tell us how, on what basis do you remember this date so clearly? Answer, the bad things. The bad things cling in your memory. And I forgot to mention when the two persons were killed, my cousin Adem Verbovsi, 70 years old, was wounded. Question, Mr. Witness, earlier you mentioned Salih Mustafa and showed us on the photograph the room where he would stay when he would come to Barilev. Can you please tell us, during the second part of March 1999 and in April of that year, how many times you personally saw or met Salih Mustafa?
Mr. Witness? Have you asked already the witness if Mr. Mustafa came during the period of March and April to Barilev?
I will ask. No.
Okay, so, yeah.
Okay. Zoti dëshmitar.
Question, Mr. Witness, I will change my question a bit. During the second half of March and in April 1999, you personally, did you see Salih Mustafa come to your village of Barilev?
Po.
Answer, yes, because he could not pass through there without me seeing him.
Në rregull, po. Po,
Question, all right. But did you see him during the period that I mentioned? End of March, second half of March, and April 1999. Answer, he was in March.
I see it. Your feed. Can you take off your headphones? Defense counsel, you're feeding the witness with answers. So please make an open question. It was first the end of March, the second half of March. Now you're saying the end of March. Just ask him, did you see Mr. Mustafa in the period of March, April? And don't tell him what to answer.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's the second time that I have to remind you to make an open question. It's not, you can just ask him and he will tell you. Or not.
zoti dëshmitar,
Question, Mr. Witness. During the month of March and April 1999, did you see Salih Mustafa?
Po.
Answer, yes. Question, can you tell us where did you see him? Answer, I saw him in my own house.
a ju kujtohet
Question, do you remember the time? Answer, yes, I do. Question, when was it? Answer,
E kom bon
Answer, I saw him in the beginning of April, whether it was the 1st or 2nd of April. These dates are more fixed. And lastly, on 20th, 21st of April, and after that I did not see him anymore. Only after the war did I see him again.
kur I cek këto data.
Question, when you mention these dates, when you saw Salih Mustafa, how do you remember them? How did you fix these dates in your memory? Answer. A man can remember something and cannot remember something else, but I do remember these dates.
Herën e parë kur e ke
Question, when you met or saw for the first time Salih Mustafa, that day, was he in your house? Answer, he rested for a short while. He greeted Salih, Yusuf Shalaku and continued. I don't know where he went to. He had his own things to do. I don't know where he went to.
ka qenë vetëm,
Question, do you remember when he came, was he alone? Answer, he was with two others.
a të kujtohet
Question, do you remember how he was dressed, whether he was wearing a uniform or not? Answer, I remember him both in uniform and without uniform.
are correct.
Question: when you saw him the first time, what was he wearing? Answer: the first time he was in uniform. Question: can you please describe us the uniform? What kind of uniform it was? What color it was? Answer: those that we would usually see, the camouflage uniforms.
Such a card that
Question. You said that he was with other people and that he rested in your house. And that when he left, did he leave with the same persons he came with or alone? Answer. With the same people. He went on his way.
you kujtohet
Question. Do you remember how he came there by some vehicle or how? Answer. Where could they find transportation means he came on foot?
Here and a dude.
And the second time, how he came to your house? Answer. Every time he came on foot, because it was impossible for some vehicle to pass by because of the presence of the Serb forces.
Ai ke pa
Question. Other than the first time that you mentioned when he came by and greeted Yusuf Shalaku, have you ever seen another time these two people together? Answer. I'm not sure whether he was with the same people, but he was accompanied by other people. My question was, in the case of Yusuf Shalaku, have you seen him another time together or in the company of Yusuf Shalaku?
Please proceed.
Answer. I saw him with Yusuf Shalaku only in my own home, nowhere else. Question. Do you remember whether Yusuf Shalaku had any car? Answer. Yes, he had one in my own yard.
E ka posa o zëmjet.
It was golf number 2, we say, 4x4.
ai ke pa duke
Question. Have you seen Yusuf Shalaku using or moving about with that car?
Kur mbrëmje ka
Answer. When he went in the evening to Vranidol, I don't know where he left his car. He didn't turn on the lights of the car.
here and a dude.
Question. When you saw Salih Mustafa for the second time, do you know whether he stayed in Barilev? Answer. When he returned, it was the second time. He was with the same people. They were tired. They had walked a long way through the mountains of Lop area on foot, and he rested maybe 5 or 6 hours, not more. Sometimes he ate, and then he went on. Always in the evening he left.
For the next, and then I will nod, and then you will be given the floor. It's really necessary to have an accurate interpretation and for me to assess what is asked.
escorted by our own soldiers. Last sentence.
Herën e dytë. Atë kujt
Question. The second time that you saw him, do you know where Salih Mustafa went from Vranidol? Answer. You may ask me from your house, where did he go? I don't know where he went from Vranidol. You're right. Sorry. I thought of Barilev in general, where your house is situated. From Verbov's neighborhood. I mixed up Vranidol and Verbov's. Name where he left when he left your home. The second time that you saw him. Do you know where he went? Answer. I only know that he left my house to go to Vranidol. I don't know any more than that.
kthehemi përsëri.
Question. Let's go back to the issue of the units operating in Barilev. You mentioned 2 units. Were they one and the same, or they had separate commands? They were one and the same because there weren't enough soldiers in Lumnitz. When the number of the soldiers increased and we had to protect the situation, to defend the population, they came to my house.
Qëllimi kryesor I krijimit të
So what was the main purpose for the creation of these units? Answer. Are you asking me?
Po pyet për lojë.
Are you asking me about my neighborhood? About both units. The purpose was to defend the civilian population, to withdraw the population if the need arose. That was our main concern. We didn't attack the Serbs. We didn't have any munition because we might have attacked them if we had.
këto dy njësia kanë pas
These 2 units, did they have any names? How could you identify them? How could you refer to them separately? I wouldn't say that they were separate. Nezhmilovnica was their commander, but also our commander. Yusuf Sharaku was like deputy commander or in charge of our neighborhood. He was in my house.
The question, I would say. We're asking for names.
No.
So please, if you see that the witness is deviating, stick him to the question.
Okay.
No, we are not here for free narratives.
Question. These units, were they part of a brigade? Answer. Yes. What brigade? We were part of Brigade 153. Zahir Bayaziti.
A keni ndigjuar ndonjëherë
Question. Have you ever heard of a unit called BIA? Answer. Yes, later on I did. I heard that there was a unit by the name of BIA. I didn't know at that time. Question. When? When you say later, when? Answer. After the war, I found out that there was a BIA called unit?
Përveç kësaj që pas
Question. Other than the BIA unit, did you learn anything else about the nature, the operation of that unit? Answer. I wasn't interested in that. My main concern was to look after my co-villagers, the population. Other than that, I wasn't interested and I have no knowledge.
në kohën kur e keni taku Salih Mustafa,
Question. When you met Salih Mustafa, did you know in what unit he was serving?
Po nis
Answer. I didn't know what unit he was part of, but I only knew that it was Brigade 153. 51, correction. For us, it wasn't important what brigade or what unit. For us, important was the fact that there was KLA. We were all under one unit, if you like.
kur jeni taku
Question. When you met Salih Mustafa, did you discuss his activities? Did you ask him when he was there, where are you going? Answer. This was something that Yusuf Shalaku was concerned with. I just greeted him. It was none of my business to ask him where he was going. Yusuf was the one who did that.
Fine day. Your Honor,
Thank you.
Please proceed.
thank you. Zoti dëshmitar,
Mr. Witness, when we showed you the photographs,
në të cilën
in one of them was 8M, 24M.
Court Officer, please. DSM 00088. Thank you very much. Je duke e pa përsëri këtë.
So you have the picture in front of you. On page 20, lines 4-5, of today's transcript, you showed us what the meaning of 8M and 24M mean, or what the meaning was. So you mean that there was a single room with this surface?
Mr. Witness? And put them on the table in front of you? No, put them on the table in front of you. Thank you. I would prefer that you first cite what he has said before, because now you are already giving him an answer, implying that what you understood. So I would first read out the transcript and then make a more open question, because now you're feeding the witness again.
Okay, I will. Zoti Dushmit. Yeah, I'm waiting. I saw.
Microphone, Your Honor. Microphone for Your Honor, please.
The microphone back on the table again. Defense counsel, I recalled well, he doesn't speak about a room. So do you see my point that
Yes.
you should not do that? I want to give you I want to give the defense team space for their defense case, but be aware that we don't want to influence the witnesses. Huh? Mr. Witness, can you put on your headphones again? Thank you. Defense counsel, you have to.
Mr. Witness, can you tell us what used to be there in this space that you referred to by these dimensions?
Kto gdyby
This 8 by 24 shows the size of a house that used to be there. The largest room was 8 by 6, and that room we refer to as Oda. This is where the soldiers were staying, where they were fed. The other rooms were for them to prepare or to clean themselves. We didn't have electricity then, we used wood stoves, so we had some simple services provided to them. Thank you. Question, your Mr. Witness, in Barile village, taking into account the presence of the civilian population and movements of this population along with soldiers, were you organized in the sense of providing security for their passage? And how came you to know that the road was passable? When I speak about Marilev, you have to have a broader view of it. You have to mention Verbovsk and Lumnitz neighborhoods. There weren't movements of the army in Barilev, in other neighborhoods. You asked me how did I know? It was easy to understand. We knew things in those difficult times, but in order to secure the road, we had to conduct observations all day long to see whether the Serb police and army forces were approaching or so. So in the evening, we organized ourselves in groups to escort the people, but I want to thank the civilian protection for their help. I was coordinator. I could mention your names. The commanders of civil protection, both of Verbots and Lumnitz neighborhoods. In cooperation with the soldiers, we accompanied these people to go to Vranidol.
Your Honor, I want to show to
Thank you.
document, it is map, and because he is mentioning Branidol,
Can you put off your headphones and put them on the table, please, Mr. Witness? Thank you.
he is all time mentioning Branidol and Lumnica. Just to have a picture about how far or how near are Branidol in Lumnica and the village Barileva.
Please proceed.
Thank
Mr. Witness, you can put on your headphones again.
Court officer, please, can you put the document DSM 00086? Zoti dëshmitar,
Mr. Witness, do you see the map you have in front of you on the screen? In the lower part of this map, it's written your name and your signature. Are they yours? Yes. On the left-hand side of the map, we see two circles in blue with numbers 1 and 2. Can you tell us what they show, what they mean?
Do you see the circles, Mr. Witness?
Yes, I see them well.
The question,
Yes.
please proceed with answering.
They show Lumnitz and Verbots neighborhoods in Barilev and Vranidol, which is near.
kemi të qartë.
Question, so that we are clear. Barilev village comprises also Lumnitz neighborhood with number 2. And the left side from the road, this brown color division here, is it the road, the main road?
You are now asking two questions. I would say let's take it at a step. So first, the first question, he gives an answer. And then, because your first question, I go back. Let me see. So, can you take off your headphones, please, Mr. Witness? And put them on the table? Yeah, thank you. So that we are clear, Barilev village comprises also Lumich neighborhood with number 2? That's the first question. We have the witness answer that, and then we go to the second one. Because now you were kind of implying it. I want to hear him say it. It's he who has to answer. Please proceed.
Yes,
And you can put on your headphones again, Mr. Witness.
Pra,
Question, so number 2, this circle around Lumnica neighborhood. and circle number 1 representing Barilev. All this area belongs to Barilev village, doesn't it?
Does the circle, the area around circle 1, within circle 1, and the area around circle 2 belong to Barilev? That's an open question. But if you state it and you say, isn't it, then you're, no, then you are
Today,
giving...
all the day
No,
we
no.
are speaking for Lumnitsa and
I don't mind.
Barileva.
Please, will you wait for me to
Okay,
finish my sentence?
okay.
That's for respect not only to the presiding judge, but for everybody here present in order to hear
No,
you.
sorry.
And you have to try to give him a question to which he can answer you have to pose an open question and then give the space to the witness to answer. That's the way it works here. And I will allow for leading questions if I think that in that moment it's appropriate.
Thank you.
Mr. Witness, by surrounding Lumnitz and Barilev with these circles, what did you want to show? Answer 1 and 2 are in Barilev Hills. Is it clear? Number 2 was a place where the army, the unit was stationed in Lumnitz neighborhood. That's why I put number 2. Number 1 represents Verbov's neighborhood. They are 3 kilometers far from one another. This brown line shows the Podoyev-Pristin main road. Look how close number 1 is to the main road.
I'm there is a Schmidt. Court officer, you can read.
Defense counsel, we are approaching 11 o'clock, so it's almost time to get into a break. So if this is a natural moment for you to interrupt, then I would suggest that we take a break. Could you indicate how much time you think you will be needing after the break?
Maybe 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Madame Court-Usher. Mr. Witness, we are going to have a break of half an hour, and at 11:30 we see you back, and Madame Court-Usher will accompany you out of the courtroom. Thank you. Thank you. We will break and we will resume in 30 minutes. The hearing is adjourned.
Rise. All rise.
I see that we are in the same composition. Noted. Very well. Yes. Let us see, depending on how now how long the examination, the direct examination takes, where we are. But we will have to change somewhat the schedule for today. But just to remind you that we have a 1 hour break today, huh? Instead of 1.5, and we have 4 sessions at our disposal. And how we are going to arrange that today, we will just see, we go with the flow. Let us see. Madam Court Usher, could you bring us the witness in? Welcome back. Mr. Witness, welcome back.
Thank you.
We are going to continue with the direct examination by the Defense Counsel. And please, I remind you that after the question, look at me and I will give you the floor. I think that that will work best. And for the interpreters who are doing their utmost to convey the message you want, not only the message, but the answers you are sharing with us here in the courtroom, to bring that to the best of their possibilities to us. So that's really important that we adhere to this approach. Okay?
Okay.
Mr. Shah, you have the floor to continue with the examination. And may I remind you, Defense Counsel, please ask relevant questions. That's really important. You indicated before this morning that when I asked you what the relevance was, that it was not relevant. I prefer not to ask you that question. I leave it to you, but please be focused in what you ask the witness.
Zoti dëshmitar.
Question, Mr. Witness. On page 22 of today's transcript, lines 6 to 20, you mentioned 12th of April as the date when the sub-forces came from behind, from your rear, to the neighborhood where you were staying. If we take this date as a reference, and if we take as a fact your statement that you've seen Salih Mustafa twice, the first time in the beginning of April, and the second time sometime in the second half of April.
Mr. Prosecutor.
Just as
Mr.
a-
Witness, can you take off your headphones and put them in front of you on the table?
Just as a matter of clarity, the witness never mentioned the second half of April. He mentioned the 20th or the 21st of April, to be precise, and I could give a reference right now, Your Honours.
Now, yeah, that was the background of my question, because, yes, so please.
Your Honours, it's on page 25, lines 21, 24. Within those lines, I believe it's line 23, 24, where he mentions 20th and the 21st of April, not the second half, which is a different time, could encompass more dates.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Defense counsel, I prefer that when you refer to the transcript, that you keep it very specific to what he has said in that moment of time, in order not to confuse him or to put him any answers in his mouth, or to say differently, not to feed the witness. And I think it's for the third or fourth time that I'm reminding you of this. If it's not the fifth or the sixth.
I'm trying to find the reference.
Please go ahead with your search. I will confer with the CMU. Thank you for your patience. We had a little technical hiccup. I hope we can proceed now. Defense counsel, you have the floor.
Thank you.
Question, Mr. Witness. If we take as a basis, as a reference, the date 12th of April, which you mentioned today on page 22, lines 6 to 20 of today's transcript, as the date when the Serb forces came from the back And if we take as a reference that based on your statement, page 25, line 22, you stated that you saw Salih Mustafa on the 1st or the 2nd of April 1999 and saw him again on the 20th or 21st of April 1999. Can you take as a point of reference the 12th of April and tell us again that these two dates, 1 and 2nd of April, and the 20 or 21st of April, when you saw him, are these two dates correct? And do you remember correctly that you saw Salih Mustafa in that time?
Mr. Prosecutor, Mr. Witness, please take your headphones off and put them in front of you. Thank you. Mr. Prosecutor.
Your Honor, I was listening to this question and I wanted my learned friend to finish, but this kind of way of asking questions is just spoon-feeding the witness, giving him signposts when it comes to orientation as to the dates. There was a moment before when this element was discussed, these dates were discussed, when the defense counsel had ample opportunities to clarify how the witness remembers such a date. And now, with this spoon-feeding of the witness, we are not sure whether the witness is going to tell us what he really remembers or whether he orientates himself right now after hearing all those dates, clear dates, and the way how he should orient himself around them. So I leave it to the panel, but I think it's not an appropriate way to spoon-feed witness in such a manner. Thank you.
And Defense Counsel, the question or the point that is making Mr. Prosecutor is also the point that I was going to make. You have asked this question, you received an answer, and now you're putting it again. You can, if you want, pose an open question again to ask him when he saw him. But I think that you're feeding him too much with all kinds of information. Just ask him when he saw him. But he already answered this question, so I don't see the use of it.
I am agree. Zoti dëshmitar, pyetjen që
Question. There's no need to answer the question that I just asked you. I will continue with another question.
në faqen 33
On page 33, lines 23 of today's transcript, could the counsel please repeat the line number? Thank you. 8 to 16, lines 8 to 16 of today's transcript.
Thatë që keni bërë vëzhgim.
You said that you conducted observation. Could you tell us how did you perform this observation and from where?
Vëzhgimin e ka bënë
there is a location called Chuka e Barileves, quite a high hill, and from there you can see the Pristina-Vistri main road. You can see Miloševa entirely. The main road starting from Pristina to Podujev, Ranidol, Ljubč, Besi. So you can see from there all that side. When we would carry out observations, we would go in one or two, and the soldiers would take note of the number of military vehicles passing by, where they would station themselves, which neighborhoods they would enter, because we were expecting their attack at any minute. Question. Thank you, Mr. Witness. Today, at page 32, lines 19-24 of today's transcript, you mentioned the Oda. Can you please tell us this Oda? What is its purpose? What is it used for?
Oda quhet ku
We call Oda the room where we receive the guests. It's called the men's Oda. And that's where the soldiers stayed, those who were staying in that house. It was a room which was larger and which we call Oda. Question. Thank you, Mr. Witness.
With conferring with your counsel, the counsel.
Your Honor, we've finished. We don't have more further questions for the witness. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Defense has no more questions for you today.
Thank you, Defense Counsel. We now turn to the Specialist Prosecution's Office. Mr. Prosecutor, could you inform the panel what would be the preference of the SPO on how to proceed with their cross-examination, now or after the break? And the break would be of, in that case, of 1 hour, so from 12 to 1.
If possible, Your Honors, I would ask for this break, and they will proceed swiftly after that.
Very well. That's how we will proceed. Mr. Witness, we are now going to have a lunch break. Yes, till, let me see, 10 minutes to 1. And then we will see you back, and then it's the turn for the Specialist Prosecution's Office to start with their cross-examination. Thank you for now. Thank you, Madame Kortescher. Okay, we will now break for an hour, and we see each other at 10 minutes to 1. The hearing is adjourned.
All rise. All rise.
We are in the same composition. We note that for the record. And we are now going to usher the witness in. Madame Court Usher, could you please bring him in? Thank you. And in the meantime, Mr. Prosecutor, please, for the cross-examination, taking into account how it went this morning with the questioning of the witness, I would propose that even in cross-examination we try to have a slow pace.
Your Honor, I promise I'll do my best.
Thank you very much. Welcome back, Mr. Witness.
Thank you.
Now it's the turn for Mr. Prosecutor to start with the cross-examination. Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honors. Mr. Verbowski, good afternoon. Mr. Verbowski, I'm the counsel for the prosecution who will be asking you questions today. And as we have limited time, I would kindly ask you to focus on my questions and provide me just the answers that I'm asking you about. Please don't expand or add on. If that doesn't happen, I will ask you to stop and I will tell you to focus on my question and focus your answer. This is in view of streamlining your examination, also for the benefit of the panel. Mr. Verbowski, do you know Bislim Nreci?
Pomir.
Yes, I know him very well.
Tell the court how you know Mr. Bislim Nreci.
I know Bislim from childhood. I'm a bit older than he is. We come from the same place. We were in the KLA together. That's, in short, how I know him.
You said that you come from the same place. Do you mean Barileve?
Po.
Yes.
Born in that place?
Po, это моя идет.
Yes, but he is from another neighborhood.
Do you live in this same place, Barileve, both of you?
Po.
Yes.
Prosecutor, let me give an advice to the witness. Mr. Witness, you don't have to go into the microphone. I think that they are sensitive enough to catch your voice, and that we don't. It's easier for you not to have to bow over all the time. I think it will do like this. You don't have to move. Please proceed, Mr. Prosecutor.
Thank you, Your Honors. Mr. Verbowski, have you been following this trial?
Pode ser,
Yes, but not regularly.
On TV, via internet, via radio, press? How did you follow it?
por meio da televisão.
On TV.
Did you also follow yesterday's session in court?
Eu como posso.
No, I was not able to do that. No, I wasn't able to do that.
Following this trial, do you remember which hearings did you follow? Which witnesses were testifying on those dates when you followed this trial?
I followed Azem Borovci several times, on and off, but not the rest.
So was that the only hearing that you followed on television?
Eu te calhou uma te compartilho.
I followed the ones in the past, not all of them, and not completely.
Which witnesses who testified in this court did you follow, apart from Mr. Borovci?
Compartilho Binin,
I followed Bini, Fatmir Humoli, and several others. I wasn't interested in following all of them.
We will change the topic, if I may. Today, you discussed with the defense counsel the encounters that you had with Mr. Salih Mustafa in Barialeve. Do you remember that? That you were talking about it today?
oh,
Yes,
The reference would be page 25, lines 21 to 24, and it goes on to page 28, and it ends on line 1 and 2. Mr. Verbowski, you made reference to two such encounters with Salih Mustafa that took place, as I understand, at the beginning of April when he first came to Barileve, went somewhere, and then returned to Barileve. Is that correct?
oh, essa,
yes, that is correct.
I would like to discuss with you the first time when he came to Barileve. On page 26 of today's transcript, lines from 5 to 8, you speak about this first encounter with Salih Mustafa, and you said the following things about him. He rested a short while. He greeted Yusuf Shalaku and continued. I don't know where he went to. Is that correct?
exaktast.
Yes, that is correct.
He rested a short while, so I understand it was a very short time when he stayed at your house in Barileve. Is that correct?
Mr. Prosecutor, just make an open question how long he
Yes.
rested.
So you said he rested a short while. How long did he rest at your place in Barileve on that first occasion?
Here in the porca,
The first time, he stayed 2 or 3 hours, not more than that. He rested a bit and then he continued on.
So he rested at your place 2 and 3 hours and moved on. It was 23 years ago, and you nevertheless remember the date when it happened, don't you?
Yes, I do remember the date very well.
Could you tell the court again this date of this first encounter?
Yes, I can. 1st of April, when he arrived from Vranidol to my house.
Just to clarify this issue, we will come back to the dates in a moment, but just to clarify this first encounter. You said that he came on that first occasion with 2 persons, correct? And this is on page 26, line 11.
Yes, that is correct. He was there with 2 other persons.
Who were those 2 persons?
I did not know them. I did not know them by name.
You said that first encounter with Salih Mustafa was on the 1st of April. Could you tell the court how you remember that date with such a precision?
We didn't follow anything on TV or on the press. I remember that it was the 1st April. That is what I remember.
But maybe you could explain to the court, how come do you remember this date with such a precision? It was 23 years ago. So I'm interested, and I believe the court is also interested to know, how do you remember that?
First April is April's Fool's Day, and that is why I remember it.
Mr. Verbowski, did you give the statement to the defense counsel last year?
Yes.
The statement was taken on the 22nd of March 2021, as I can see. Did you tell the truth to the defense in that statement?
I told the truth today, and I'm telling the truth today also under oath.
Describe to the defense at that time the events to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Give this statement under any threat, pressure, or coercion, or did you give it voluntarily?
Whatever I do voluntarily. I do not like to be pressured. We were pressured by Serbia. I have no pressure in freedom. No one puts pressure on me.
Your Honor, with your permission, I would kindly ask Mr. Court Officer to put on the screen the defense statement of the 22nd of March 2021, DSM 00076 to 00089, page 9.
Please proceed, Mr. Court Officer.
It's in the middle of the page, if possible. Starts with the line, I think it was. Yes, it's here. Mr. Witness, in the whole statement that you gave last year to the defense, there is only one place in which you mention dates of that encounter with Salih Mustafa. And let me read you what you yourself said in that statement. You said the following things. I think it was the 3rd or the 2nd of April, and if I recall well. And then you continue, and we will come back to that in a
Excuse me.
moment. Yes.
Just nothing.
I want to ask the witness to take off the... Mr. Witness, can you take off your headphones and put them in front of you? Thank you.
Yeah, my
Defense counsel, please,
yeah,
you have the
my
floor.
question would just be, would you also read the question and then the answer, rather than just the answer? Yeah, that was all.
If I can reply, Your Honor, to that.
Please, proceed.
Your Honor, because I would like to reply to the intervention.
Of course,
by
no, I
learners.
understand that he can reply.
The fact that I did not quote the question and the answer is that the question implies certain times of encounters with Salih Mustafa.
Yes.
Today, in the examination in chief, we never elicited those numbers. We elicited 2, potentially 3 such encounters, but not the number mentioned here. So I would like to just focus on the dates. If in the redirect examination the defense counsel wants to clarify that issue, of course he should be given the opportunity to do so. And this was the only reason why I just quoted the answer and not the question, because it simply puts something to the witness which is not still in evidence.
Defense counsel,
I disagree.
I see that. I see that point. We have been talking about 2 times. We should have to do a new questioning in order to see, and you could do that, if by putting this question to him, he will recall more times he met with Mr. Mustafa. I think that is a fair. I think that is a fair way to approach, because I see your point, but we have not been talking about 3, 4, about the 3rd, the 4th, and the 5th time. We have been talking about a date, so you will get ample of opportunity to go into this, but to ask the question now, I don't think it's necessary.
My point is a different one. The SBO counsel focuses on a first encounter. That's all. And the answer to the question is about different encounters. So putting up just the answer of the question does not relate to the focus of the issue, which would be the first encounter. So I think that's therefore not fair to put it to the witness and say, well, you know, here you said 2, 3, 4, whatever he said, and then saying, well, no, you just said it was the 1st of April. I mean, if the question is a different one, and the answer is a different one, but if the focus of the question is the first encounter, then it should be only the first encounter. That is what the witness explained. So that is why my point is a different point.
I don't see it for now as this, but I'm trying to listen carefully to what you say. I think that the point is the dates.
The point is the dates, and I haven't even started my question. I'm just putting to the witness the part of the statement that he gave himself to the defense counsel. I'm trying to find on which dates certain encounters really happened, because there is a visible discrepancy between what the witness is telling us today with such a precision and what the witness told the defense when he was first asked about it. This is the only reason of mine. Later on, I will move on to the second encounter, and later on, the defense counsel will have the opportunity to clarify this if anything remains still unclear. My only issue was not to read the question, because it simply puts certain encounters, a number of them, in the mind of the witness, but it's still not in evidence. I think we should avoid that.
No, Defense counsel, I think it's not necessary to read the first question for the reason I pointed out. But you get ample opportunity
Yeah.
to... No, but this is my decision for now. Please proceed.
So,
Can you put on your headphones? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Witness.
Mr. Verbowski, again, I will read you a very short part of your statement that you gave to the defense when they were interviewing you in 2021, where you spoke about that encounter with Salih Mustafa. And you said the following thing. I think it was the
Excuse me,
third.
once again, it is... sorry to intervene, sorry. But it is not in this statement that he speaks about that encounter.
Mr. Witness, please take off your headphones.
Microphone, for your honor.
Please take off your headphones. Yeah. Defense counsel, please, when you stand up and you talk about the content, we have a shared responsibility not to influence this witness. Yeah.
Yeah, my point is that it's being quoted as if it is about that encounter, and that is, I think, an incorrect way of putting that question to.
And could we?
And I think it's better.
No,
to have
I
an
have
open
heard your
question.
point. I have heard your point, Mr. Prosecutor, and if you could make it, but I'm not here to do your cross-examination, taking into consideration the remark of the defense, if it would be an encounter, that you're not making it the first one, then you leave it more open.
Of course, Your
because
Honor.
I see that your point is the dates.
That is correct.
So then I think that we can take all interest into consideration.
Of course.
Mr. Witness, can you put on your headphones again?
Mr. Witness, let me rephrase the introductory part. The answer, there is an exchange about encounter with Salih Mustafa in Bar 11. And you said, I think it was the 3rd or the 2nd of April. My question is, why didn't you mention the 1st of April as the day of the encounter in your defense statement? But you are mentioning this only today.
It's true. It's been a long time since then. You discuss those things with co-fighters or other people, and someone might point that mistake. That can also happen. It's been 23 years, and nothing is short in memory after 23 years. I'm certain about many things.
With whom did you talk about those dates?
Med vart lyfter
With my co-fighters.
So those co-fighters?
på
Yes. Smile Reitay.
Barilev.
In Barilev.
På
Yes.
kompisar
I spoke to my brother, Daoud. He was also a fighter.
Daoud Verbowski, correct?
på
Yes. Yes.
Anybody else?
Kade sa till
To some others as well, but they're not important. These are the people I spoke to. Some others too, but their names are not important.
Speak with them about those dates of encounters, or encounter with Salih Mustafa in Bar 11.
Dhe he përsëritet pyetja.
Can you please repeat the question?
To those persons about those dates of encounters with Salih Mustafa.
When I gave the statement to the defense counsel, I spoke to them.
Us with them.
Kemi bisedu
We discussed the dates, whether I had given an incorrect date. I don't remember things very well, and I was afraid that I might have given the incorrect dates. You remember the events, but the dates. It's true that we didn't have television then. We repeated the days, the days of the week. It's difficult without having television. You would easily mix up the days of the week, let alone dates.
Statement with other people. What was the reason for that?
e kom bo për arsye se
I discussed it to make sure that I hadn't forgot anything, so that it wouldn't hurt anyone.
Mr. Smail Nretsai and your brother Daoud, were they present when you met Salih Mustafa in Barileve? In 1999, in April?
nuk mujt thom që
I can't say with certainty because the Oda that they used, that is where the soldiers stayed. It might have happened that Salih entered there, and it might have happened that he only spoke to Yusuf Shalyaku, and he also spoke to me. In few cases, he mostly spoke to Yusuf.
Mustafa, in the day that you said for the first time, was Smail Nretsai and your brother Daoud present as well?
nuk besoj që
I don't think that they were there, but they told me that that is the date that I have given, that he was there.
If they were not present at that meeting with Salih Mustafa on the day that you gave, how could they tell you what was the date of that meeting?
po dikush I man men
There may be a person who remembers the dates better than I do or anyone else. That's how it is, and the matter of it.
Suggesting that somebody told Smail Nretsai and your brother Daoud what to tell you, what date to tell you, is that what you're saying? Because I'm trying to understand.
I don't think that the witness is saying that they told him what to say. So I would rephrase that.
Of course, you know, I apologize. So are you saying that there was a person who knew the dates better? He conveyed that message to Smail Nretsai and your brother, and you then consulted with them, and now this is how you came to that date. Is that what you are saying?
jo unë po them që
No, I am saying that when I gave the statement to the defense counsel, I gave them the dates, and the dates were not very correct because the dates might have changed. That's the problem. And it's irrelevant whether it's one day or two in between.
What is the basis of what you are saying right now? What is the basis of that then?
te mbështeti si nuk ka pas një ngjarje diçka
It's because there was no event that was unforgettable. That is the matter here.
Mr. Prosecutor?
Yes.
I want to put a question to the witness, and normally I don't do that during the cross-examination, but I want to hear the witness about it in order to be sure that we are not confusing anyone. Mr. Witness, before the moment we are discussing now, that you met Mr. Mustafa, and that he stayed 2-3 hours in your place, did you meet Mr. Mustafa?
Are you talking about that night? Because it was evening.
No. Your question is, you mean in that night? No, not in general. I mean, whenever. Did you meet Mr. Mustafa before this encounter?
No, I did not. I did not meet him.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm very sure.
When you met him during this encounter, how did you know that he was Mr. Mustafa?
Salih
Mustafa was known to us. He is an activist of the national question, so we admire people like him. He was imprisoned. I knew him. He couldn't know me because I admired him.
And can you
Microphone, please.
clarify to the panel, Mr. Witness, how it was that specific, in that time, that first time you say that you met Mr. Mustafa, how did it go? How did it went? He came up to your house and then what? Or did you meet him somewhere in Barileva? How did that go?
I'm telling you, he was also a close friend of I couldn't get the name, sorry. And Yusuf knew that he had a safe place with us.
Yusuf brought him to your house. Him to your house.
Yes, yes.
Will do. Thank you for your clarification. Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor.
I've got two questions on how you remember the date of the 1st of April when you met, allegedly, Salih Mustafa. Did anything memorable, particularly memorable, happened on that day, the 1st of April? Like any occurrence in the village, around, anything? It's a simple question, yes or no?
Okay. There wasn't any specific occurrence on the day. Before 15th of April and March, there wasn't any event that one can remember.
That I have on the issue why you came to this court with this date, 1st of April, is the following. When you gave your statement to the defense, they warned you at the very, very end of the interview that at one point you might come to court to testify, correct? They told you will come to court to testify one day, and you said yes, correct? I might come. Correct?
Okay.
Correct, yes.
To this court to tell this court what you yourself remember and not what the others told you when it comes to dates?
I again go back to my statement, and again, I would repeat, do not withdraw from what I said. Microphone, please.
Defense counsel, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. I think the witness...
Wait. Mr. Witness, can you take off your headphones and put them before you? Thank you.
I think the witness didn't state it that somebody else told the date.
Mr. Prosecutor?
Yes, Your Honor, of course, but he said that he consulted on the date with two persons, Smail Recai and his brother Daud Verbovci. He said that today. And only after that consultation, the witness came to the conclusion that it indeed was that date, or probably that date. And that's why he's testifying. Maybe my question was not super clear, and I apologize. However, my question was about his obligation as a witness to come and testify what he remembers himself, and not what he consulted upon with the others. That was my question, Your Honor.
I see it, but the defense counsel is right that I would use the wording by the witness himself, and if you are drawing a conclusion, then to tell the witness that you are drawing that conclusion and to ask if that is right, but not already in your summary of what he has said, put in your conclusions, because I see defense counsel's point that that went a little bit too far, I would say. So please, please proceed, but not by formulating it this way.
Yes, Your Honor, I understand, and I'll do my best to comply with your instruction, Your Honor. Let me then rephrase this question. So,
thank you, Mr. Witness. Well done.
Mr. Verbovci, let me rephrase my question. How do you understand as your obligation as a witness to tell the truth? How do you understand this?
I'm telling you, when we say something, we mean it. When we give a word, we also mean it. Are you clear about that? That's what I'm saying.
Today, on page 56, line 5 specifically, you said to this court today that with Smail Recai and Daud Verbovci, your brother, you discussed the dates of meetings with Salih Mustafa. Did you not say that today?
Yes, I said.
Don't you think that as a witness, you should speak from your memory, what your memory tells you, and not what memory of the others tell you?
I think it's better if you discuss something with 2 or 3 others, because I was under pressure by the serbs, and it may happen that I have forgotten the date. I was maltreated. I have said it in my statement, and these things happen, you know. It's not a big problem. If you miss a day, I don't think it's important, because there wasn't any specific occurrence that happened that day.
I'm not going to waste too much time, just my last questions possibly, and I'll move on. On page 56, lines 24, 25, you said about Smail Recai and Daud Verbovci, and I quote, "They told me that this is the date that I have given, that he was there." So, indeed, you were discussing the dates with them. My question would be, What if they told you the wrong date? And you are repeating us the date that they were themselves mistaken about. Would you still say this is true?
It may happen that they may be wrong too.
Today, on page 26, line 2 and 4, explaining this date, you said, and I quote, "A man can remember something and cannot remember something else, but they do remember these dates." So you are making reference to your own memory, not to the memory of somebody else, correct?
Oh,
Yes?
Speaking about the dates of encounters with Salih Mustafa in Bar-Eleva in April 1999, in your defense statement, there is not a single line where you mention the date of the 1st of April in any context whatsoever.
I'm not clear about your question. Can you repeat it, please?
Of course.
Microphone, please.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm really sure that the witness today mentioned 1st and 2nd April, but I'm just going to find the
You mean
line.
in the transcript?
I'm talking
Yes.
about the statement.
No, he's talking about...
Oh, sorry.
No, don't worry.
Sorry.
No, don't worry. Mr. Witness, can you put on your headphones again? Thank you.
But if I,
Okay, sorry. Can you put them off again, Mr. Witness? There's another question of the Defense Counsel. Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
yeah, but I'm not sure whether we are referring to the same passage again that we just covered earlier.
No, the question, I will tell what I understood, is in general that there is no mentioning to the 1st of April. That's what Mr. Prosecutor said. I don't think he was specifically referring to the passage we have been discussing.
That is correct, the date itself. But the person says, I think it was, what was it? The 3rd or the 2nd of April. That's what he says. I think it was the 3rd or the 2nd of April.
So what is... I'm
Well, I
listening,
think
but I don't see your point yet.
Well, I mean, we're trying here to narrow it down to the 1st of April. Did not say that in the statement, but at the same time in the statement, that is like quite open, and I think it's not so fair to put it to narrow it down to one precise thing if it has not been so precisely told by the witness.
But it is.
You understand what I mean?
No. Now, I've heard your point. I don't agree with that. He himself has said the 1st of April, today.
Yes.
So I think it's very legitimate for Mr. Prosecutor, and if not, the panel would have done it itself, to ask where does this 1st of April come from? I would have asked the same question.
Yes.
So I will allow for this question. So
my problem is not the 1st of April. The problem is more first that the interpretation of the answer leaves space to that.
but that is something the
So-
witness can say.
Yeah,
But no.
I mean,
No, I think that in cross-examination this question can be put, and if not, I will put it myself. Mr. Prosecutor.
No, my focus is entirely on the 1st right now.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. It's a lot of
Microphone, please.
it's a lot of putting on and putting off. Thank you for your patience.
No problem, Your Honor.
Your statement that you gave to the defense, I'm talking about the statement that you gave last year to the defense. In the whole statement, there is not a single place where you mention the date of the 1st of April. why didn't you give it then? If the encounter with Salih Mustafa indeed took place, as you claim today, on the 1st.
I already said the meetings with Salih Mustafa at my house happened 4 or 5 times. If you go beyond that, I have no answer for you.
That the meetings with Salih Mustafa happened 4 or 5 times, but you are not sure about the dates and you cannot add anything to that? Is that your answer?
I stay by what I have said. I don't need to go beyond that. What I have stated, I am responsible for.
You have said, but you said something different in your statement before the defense last year, and you are giving us some other dates today. And I'm trying to understand what's the reason why those dates given by you are so different. Today, you said with certainty it was the 1st when you met Salih Mustafa. In your defense statement last year, you never mentioned that date. Correct?
It may happen that I didn't mention, but I know it was on the 1st of April. I stay by that. Not that others said so, but that was the day. 1st of April.
Witness.
I'm now going to give the floor to the defense counsel, but I wanted to receive the answer on your question. Defense counsel, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Today, witness.
We all have a shared responsibility to make sure that the witness first take the headphones off. Defense counsel, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Today, witness didn't mention only the 1st April. He mentioned 1st or 2nd. So today it is mentioned and 2nd April. Not only the 1st April.
I will first give Mr. Prosecutor the floor.
Microphone, please.
So, indeed, the witness said before the 1st and 2nd April. That is correct. That is correct. But now, speaking about the 1st encounter, he said it was the 1st. He clarified that, but he said something else before. This is true. It is at page 48, lines 1 and 4. Lines 1 and 4, Your Honors.
Microphone, please.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. He stated now, but the question of prosecutor, it was today. So if he's referring today, he mentioned in 2nd April, not only the 1st. But if he say now, that is different.
I don't. What is the point you want to make with regard to the question the defense counsel?
The point is that the witness today didn't mention only the 1st April.
Yeah. Defense counsel, without wanting to go too much into discussion with you, the witness said that 1st of April, he mentioned in his statement that at a certain moment, that the 1st of April, when he arrived.
This moment.
Can I talk?
Yes.
No, not because I don't want you to talk,
okay,
but because they need to translate what I say. In this line, he said, 1st of April, when he arrived from Franidol to my house. The prosecutor is allowed to ask a question about that.
I am agree with that, but not in this way. Today, if you mention today, we have another dates. It is on 2nd April, stated by the witness. for the same occasion, for same.
Yes, that makes it complicated if he says several dates. And you say, what is your suggestion then?
To change the question, not today.
No. Prosecutor, please proceed.
Your Honor, there's a transcript issue.
Excuse me?
There is a transcript issue.
Oh, is he not working?
No, Your Honor, I see page 66, line 17, standing, I am espionage for. I never heard the witness saying I am espionage for. I don't know.
That is surely a typo.
Well, I
but
don't
I
know what
agree
it
with
should
you.
be, but,
No, but it is always, defense counsel, it's very good that you remark it, but if something really strange pops up, it's all corrected. But it's good that you bring our attention to the word, I am espionage for. No, that certainly has not been said today. That's on record now, and I will ask the translation unit to, at least I have not heard that, to look into it.
Your Honor, to clarify the issue of the first and the second, I'm going to ask my next question, and we will probably have it clarified once and for all. So, Mr. Verbowski, today you first mentioned that the encounter with Salih Mustafa was on the 1st and 2nd of April, and then you said that it was on the 1st of April. So could you clarify to the court on which day you met Salih Mustafa? Was it the 1st of April, 2nd of April, both days? Please tell that to the court, because we are still unclear about when you met Salih Mustafa in April in Bar 11 for the first time.
Your Honor, Mr. Prosecutor, it is the 1st of April when he went from my house to another place, I don't know. He returned on the 2nd. I won't change what I said. I'm responsible if I erred regarding something, but I don't think I did.
You're saying that he returned on the 2nd, and that was the second time you met Mr. Mustafa. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. The first time, the second time was on the 2nd. He returned along the same way to the same house. There was no other way he could come from.
Today, you told us about that second encounter, and I tried to very quickly find the reference. The reference is on page 27, line 23 to 25, and continues to page 28, line 1. And you said about the second time the following thing. When he returned, was the second time.
It is the second time.
No, to both the witness and Mr. Prosecutor, defense counsel and myself, we really have to pay attention not to overlap each other, because not only for the interpretation services but also for the stenographer, it's getting quite complicated if we are talking at the same time. So this is a heads up for all of us. We need to be careful when we want to speak and we take the floor. Mr. Prosecutor.
So again, speaking about today in court about that second encounter, you said the following thing. When he returned was the second time. He was with the same people, they were tired, and then you continued. He rested maybe 5 to 6 hours, not more, correct? Did you say that?
Yes.
So he stayed only 5 or 6 hours. Nevertheless, you remember after 23 years that well, that it was on the 2nd when he came back?
Po se ky zakonisht
Yes, because usually he didn't stay long. When he came to me, I don't know about other cases. He went one day and then on the evening he always returned.
Happened on the 2nd of April, 1999.
jo nuk është
No, it's not any specific day, neither the 1st nor the 2nd of April.
Mr. Verbowski, today you told us about the 1st of April and the 2nd of April. As I told you in your statement to the defense given last year, you spoke about the 3rd and the 2nd of April. So these two accounts are different. So can you tell us whether you're sure about the dates or still not? Because we've got two different sets of dates, 1st and 2nd. Today, 2nd and 3rd, or 2nd and 3rd, in your statement to the defense from last year.
atëherë nuk e
Then I wasn't under oath. Today I speak under oath. I stand by the 1st and the 2nd of April, under oath.
Verbowski, in the same statement to the defense given last year, you start this answer of yours with the word "I think," which makes me believe that at that time you yourself thought it could be the 3rd or the 2nd of April, but it was only what you thought and you were not sure. Is that correct, what I'm saying?
zuri po, hier.
Yes, it is.
Mr. Verbowski, are you, in general terms, are you good with dates, with remembering dates?
Witness, can you take off your headphones? Mr. Prosecutor, we are getting to an end with regard to the dates.
With regard to these dates, we are, but I have a set of questions about him being able to remember dates in general terms, and I've got several specific questions.
Okay, good. Proceed, please.
Mr. Verbowski, are you good with remembering dates in general?
Në rastet veçanta
In some cases I do remember, but there may be some dates which were not related to any specific event that I could remember. What I'm saying today, I'm certain about them because, as I said, I took the oath. If I am mistaken, it's my responsibility.
o shumë zi nuk kam.
If I'm wrong, you can release the gentleman and I can stay in his place.
Remember the dates when people from your village were killed? Would you remember such dates?
Por këta nuk jam I sigurt.
I am not certain about them. I can be certain about the month. I can say half, the first half of the second half, but I am not sure about the dates because they are far away from my village, and that's it.
Murdering or killing or deaths of the people from your village, Barileve, during the war were gruesome and rather memorable event. Would you not agree with me? Mr. Verbowski, please.
Can you repeat the question, please?
With me that deaths of your co-villagers during the war would be memorable events that people from the village, including yourselves, should remember rather well?
I think I said that I have some issues with dates. But what happened in my own house, I'm certain. What happened in the village, it's another thing. I told you I can refer to the month. I can give you the month, but not the date.
Today, you told us about the death or the murder of a person called Berisha. Do you remember that? It's on page 15, line 7 to 8, Your Honors. Do you remember telling that today to the court? That there was such a murder of Mr. Berisha in Barileve?
Yes, I remember. Very well.
Happened you said, and I quote, it was sometime in the half of March. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Your Honors, I would like to make reference to the statement of this witness given to the defense on the same incident, where he talks about the murder of the teacher Suleiman Berisha, and it is defense statement DSM 0076 to 00089, page 3. It's a very short question, very short answer. The question is, do you remember when he was killed?
Excuse me, Mr. Prosecutor. Can we blow it up a little bit and then... Yeah, thank you.
I believe it's a little bit down the page. Yes, here it's fine. So the question of the defense counsel about Mr. Berisha was, do you remember when he was killed? And your answer, it was in April 1999, but I do not recall the date. Do you remember saying that to the defense?
It may happen. It may be possible because the neighborhood is far from me. I know that one was killed. As who killed him, I don't know. I can't remember the date when a professor or teacher was, even though he was a very highly respected person, but I can't remember the date.
This person was killed, and it was a prominent event, I understand. And you said today it was March, and to the defense you said it was April. So you are not sure even about the month, are you?
March and April are close.
Another event I'm going to ask you about is the event where 4 boys in the village were killed. Do you remember such an event?
Yes, I remember it well.
Mr. Verbowski, in your statement to the defense, you talk about this particular incident on page 3 of the statement. So again, it's DSM 00076, 00089, page 3. And you say the question of the defense counsel is about the date of a killing of those 4 boys. The question of the defense counsel to you, can you recall when this happened? Your answer is, I am not so good with dates, but it was probably sometime in May 1999. Did you say that to the defense?
Me siguri që
Since you are putting it to me, I must have said it. But doesn't matter. Doesn't matter much, I think.
You open this answer with the line, I'm not so good with dates. Are you not good with dates, Mr. Verbovci?
në vendin tim ku ku më veprua shumë
About things I have done, I am very, in my place, I'm very sure. Outside of that, I said I'm not good with dates.
Killing of 4 people from your village. Was it a memorable event or not?
po e sarrohet kur.
It is a memorable event. You cannot forget it because 4 young lads were killed, ranging from 25 to 18 years of age.
This was a memorable event for the reasons that you have stated. Nevertheless, you are saying it was probably sometime in May 1999, and you said, I'm not good with dates. So you don't remember that date, correct?
Jo, nuk më kujtoj.
I don't remember.
I've got some other questions. Today, when you told us about that encounter with Salih Mustafa, and I have the reference on page 26, lines 24 and 25, you said that he came to Barileve on foot. Is that correct?
Po,
Yes.
And he greeted, as you said, Yusuf Shalaku and continued with 2 other persons. It's on page 27, lines 1 to 8. So he greeted Shalaku and continued, correct?
jo I ka pushuar një kohë.
No, he rested for a while there. He did not continue right away because God knows how many kilometers he had passed before he came to my place. He would first have a rest and then continue. It was always like that.
Did he also continue after he had rested? Did he left your place also on foot?
Po,
Yes, because there were no vehicles suitable for mountainous terrains. The road was blocked by the Serbian police and army, and nobody could move. And if you moved in the evening, they would simply wipe you out.
Who remained at your place, and Mr. Salih Mustafa left with 2 other persons whose identity you don't know, correct?
po,
Yes?
Your Honors, I would like to put on the screen a part of the defense statement, the same numbers, DSM 00076 to 00089, page 8. Listen to this, Mr. Verbovci, because you gave a different description, different account of that issue. I would like to start with the words, he was on the move. he was on the move. He was on the move with Yusuf Shalaku. It should be a bit further. Yes, is the three lines up. Yes, he was on the move. Yes. So you said the following thing about Salih Mustafa coming to your place. He was on the move with Yusuf Shalaku. Yusuf Shalaku had a car, a red Golf, which they used for movement. So from this, it seems that, first of all, Salih Mustafa was on the move with Yusuf Shalaku. Did you say that to the defense?
I mentioned in my statement he had a red Golf. They would pass through my house and towards the village of Vranidol.
Mr. Yusuf Shalaku had a car. You said that earlier. My question is, was Salih Mustafa and Yusuf Shalaku moving together when you saw them? You said that in this part of your statement, didn't you?
I said then, and I'm saying again, it was Yusuf Shalaku who had the meetings with him. It was Yusuf Shalaku who brought him to my place, that is Salih. And I'm saying it again. We would be notified that he would come, and we would provide security for the passage, and not only for him, but for the entire population, because we had problems mostly with the population, not with the soldiers.
Verbowcy, please answer my question. My question is, as you stated in this statement, did Salih Mustafa move together with Yusuf Shalaku? First, let's start with this.
He could have moved with him, that is, Mr. Shalaku could have escorted him up to Vranidol. When he returned, that I don't know, because as I said, I had problems with the population.
You said he, namely Salih Mustafa, was on the move with Yusuf Shalaku, didn't you? Did you say that?
Probably I did.
Also said that red Golf they used for the movement, which means both of them, Yusuf Shalaku and Salih Mustafa. Didn't you say that?
I did say that, but they could not move through a good main road. They could have passed the road and then take paths through villages. And as to further where they went, that I don't know. It wasn't my duty.
Statement given to the defense, you said that they were moving together and they were moving in the car of Yusuf Shalaku. Today, you said that Salih Mustafa, when you saw him, came on foot and he left and Yusuf Shalaku stayed. Did you say that today?
I did say, but when he returned, that is Yusuf Shalaku, when he returned and passed with his car with the lights off because nobody could keep the lights on. As to after that, I don't know. This car was seen parked in the neighborhood of Vranidol. When it could not go out, then they would move on foot.
Once and for all. Did Salih Mustafa and Yusuf Shalaku live together on that day when we were discussing today at the beginning of April? Together or was Salih Mustafa alone with two other persons? What is the truth?
Salih ka qenë me dy
Salih was with two other persons. He was the third one. Yusuf would escort them up to Vrani Dol because that's where the danger was.
Go by car to Vranidol?
po
Yes, that day they went by car and the lights were not on.
That indeed Yusuf Shalaku stayed and his car was parked, and that Salih Mustafa left on foot with two other persons. Didn't you say that today, earlier?
me pa qa thonë kur ka hije ka dhënë.
If I said when he entered, then he went out and continued with two friends on foot, and on his way back, Yusuf Shalaku escorted them with the car without the lights, and the soldiers were on every position.
When the Defense Counsel was asking you questions about it today, earlier on.
Unë e kom pasë kjo është pyetjen e parë.
The first question as to when he entered was clear to me, but nobody asked me, neither you or the defense, how did he return? You don't have it in the questions when he came back, how did he come back, with whom? The defense did not ask me this question. You moved a bit with your question, but never mind. It's easy to accuse somebody, and it's your duty to accuse, and it's the duty of the defense to defend.
Today, you were discussing with the Defense Counsel certain events in Barileve, in the course of which Bedri Kurti and Nejmi Katsiu were killed, and in the transcript we have it on page 21 and 22. Correct? And understand that this event was quite memorable to you. Two persons were killed. Was it memorable?
Po, nuk harro.
Yes, that cannot be forgotten.
Page 3 of the defense statement, and I'm referring to the same defense statement as I mentioned before, DSM 0076 0089, on page 3, there is a very long discussion between the defense and you about violent events that took place in Barileve. We could have it on the screen. The whole page discusses it. If this was such a memorable event, could you tell the court why didn't you mention that event to the defense last year when you gave the statement?
Nuk është e vërtetë se kom.
It's not true that I did not mention it. I did not mention what happened. Have a good look, because it was mentioned who was wounded, who was killed. Everything was mentioned. Have a good look.
Your Honor, just a second. I need to take a look at the statement. Okay. Mr. Witness, was Yusuf Shalaku in the Kosovo Liberation Army?
Vetëm një kërkesë kam.
I have a simple request. Do not provoke me. as you told me earlier, because I would not be able to bear it. Now you can ask me question. You changed my statement just previously, and I think it was proven that that was wrong.
Please answer my question. Liberation Army.
Vazhdo e përsërit e
Continue and please repeat your question.
Yusuf Shalaku in the Kosovo Liberation Army.
po normale ka qenë.
Of course he was. He is an activist from the very beginnings.
What was his role in the Kosovo Liberation Army?
Po jo, ajo kushdo ushtar.
He was just like any other soldier, a volunteer. The Kosovo Liberation Army was a voluntary army. Nobody was forced to be its member. Nobody was obliged to be its member.
Mr. Witness, you are saying that he was just a soldier and nobody was obliged to follow anybody's orders. Today, however, in this court, on page 11 of the transcript, lines 6 to 8, you said that Yusuf Shalaku was a commander, who was your commander, and also a close friend of yours. So was he your commander, as you said today?
Wait. Could you take off your... I'm now talking from the top of my head. Didn't he say he was regarded as a commander? Then I want to have to see the text. Regarded as commander, and he was in charge. Was it not like that he stated? Maybe we can cite the. I'm going.
Your Honor, okay, I can rephrase it slightly. There is an exchange between the witness and the defense counsel on this issue.
Just short intervention, if I may.
Defense counsel, were you saying something?
May I intervene on a question?
Please, but because you're not standing, I don't know what you want to do. Normally we do that, and it's clear for me what you want.
No, it's something
Tell us.
about the transcript. Your Honor. Maybe, counsel, you can check the question that was just posed before. It's on page 82.
Defense counsel, can you speak a little bit louder because it's. Defense counsel, can you speak louder because it's getting some unclear for us.
Page 82, line 5.
Please take the floor.
Yes, maybe we should start, it's just a suggestion, somewhat earlier at page number 11. Sorry. I'm pushing the wrong button. Good that you noticed, Mr. Court Officer. Maybe we should start a little bit earlier and transcript page number 11, starting from maybe even from line number 3.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I also found the reference to the commander specifically, but I will, of course, follow your guidance. Your
Yeah, but the whole discussion about who probably might be the commander starts.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
but thank you. Defense counsel, was that the point you wanted
No.
to know? No, that was not the point the defense counsel wanted to raise. Please, go ahead.
Page 82.
Yes,
So
because you
just,
have a transcript point.
Exactly, and
Yes.
line 5 and up to 6. The question was not, nobody was obliged to be its member, and then the answer comes, nobody was obliged to follow anybody's order. I
I could
don't think.
rephrase the entire question, Your Honor.
I think
So there
that
would
would
No,
be-
wait.
I think that was not correctly transcribed.
And how should it be? Defense counsel, if you give if you give an indication of what you think it should be, then I will have the
I think
the
that-
interpretation unit look at it with special care.
Yeah. It is about nobody was obliged to follow. No, just say it then, rather than.
Sorry, Your Honor, but
Here we are.
here in the question of Mr. Prosecutor, he said here, he was just like any other soldier, a volunteer. The Kosovo Liberation Army was a volunteer. Then the question of the Mr. Prosecutor was, Mr. Witness, you are saying that he was just a soldier and nobody was obliged to follow anybody's orders. When did he said that nobody was obliged to follow orders? That is the question Mr. Bonet wants to ask. When was that mentioned?
So
Nobody was obliged to follow orders.
So do I understand you well that the word anybody is wrong, or is what you're saying that the whole phrase from nobody was obliged to follow anybody's order should be left out?
No, this is exactly what Mr. Prosecutor said.
Okay.
But he's drawing a conclusion for something that no one said today. Witness did never say that nobody was obliged to follow orders.
Okay, but the transcript is correct. Okay, but then that's a completely different point. The defense counsel raised the point that there was a transcript issue. So it's not a transcript issue. You will get the floor to get back to that. But please, for next time, if it's a transcript point, we can raise it. But if it's something on the content, you should call it like that, because if not, we get a confusion. Very well. Mr. Prosecutor, I will ask the witness to put on his headphones. My colleague indicated where we could start. I leave to you how you want to put your question to the witness, as long as it is as complete as possible, not to confuse him.
Of course, Your Honor, I'll comply with your instructions. Mr. Verbowski, today, speaking about Yusuf Shalaku, there was the following exchange between yourself and the defense counsel. It's page 11, lines from 3 to 15. Did this unit have a commander? That was the question. I don't know about the commanders. We had a person in charge because we always refer to one another as commanders. Question. Who was the one more responsible? My closest friend, Yusuf Shalaku, who was one of the first activists. Question. When you say all of you were commanders in a sense, what do you mean? Answer. We always addressed one another as commanders. That's why I said all of us were commanders, but one was, of course, a real commander. And then the question of the defense counsel interpreting all that is, you said that Yusuf Shalaku was the commander and was your best friend. Do you confirm that Yusuf Shalaku was indeed your commander?
He had to be a soldier first before he would be a commander. And Yusuf Shalaku was our commander, the chosen commander by us. But the tasks were for everybody, and we all shared our duties.
question was simply, was he commander? It's a yes or no question. Was he your commander?
Po, komandant ka qenë.
Yes, he was.
What was the name of your unit?
Ne kemi qenë grup intervencionist.
We were an intervention group. It did not have a name. The brigade had a name, but our unit did not have a name.
We'll come to that in a moment. Salih Mustafa, what was his role in the Kosovo Liberation Army in 1999 in April? Do you know that?
E këto kur të merrin pyetje Salih,
When you take Salih for questioning, he will tell you. I don't know what his role was. I know him only as an activist, as an outstanding activist, as a political prisoner, and it's an honor for me to see him.
Relationship between Yusuf Shalaku and Salih Mustafa in the Kosovo Liberation Army.
po e di që kanë qenë shok të mirë,
I know they were good friends, early activists, and that's all.
Of superior subordinate relationship. In other words, was either of them in the hierarchy higher than the other?
po nuk kam mujt me i ditu në ata na ne.
It was not possible for me to know that. We had the zone commander, Rustem Mustafa, and they were his workers. They organized the units, and I myself don't know because I did not go out very much from my village.
Today before you said that your unit was composed of, I don't know, 20, 30 people. Could you tell the court again? How big was your unit?
Në siti jo nuk ka qenë.
Our unit was not very big. We had two units, the Lumnita and the Verbovs unit. They moved. They would go for assistance to my aunts in fighting in Popov and other places. In my house, 10 to 20 people would stay.
20, and this was the unit. Is that the case, or 10 to 20 people?
Mr. Prosecutor, we are approaching 2:30. Could you conclude this line of questioning and then we can go into a half an hour's break?
Your Honors, I could even conclude it now, and we could come back after the break.
Very well, thank you. Mr. Witness, we're going to have a break for half an hour. Yeah? So, Madam Court Usher, if you be so kind to accompany him out of the courtroom, and then we see you back at 3 o'clock. Thank you, Madam Court Usher. We see each other at 3 o'clock. The hearing is adjourned.
All rise.
Welcome back, Mr. Witness.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Honors. Mr. Verbowski, good afternoon again. I have just one clarifying question, maybe two, in relation to what you told us earlier on today. On page 55, line from 19 to 21, and also we have it on the same page lines 6 to 25, you were talking about persons who were discussing dates with you, and amongst those persons you made reference to Ismail Nretsai and your brother Daud Verbowski. Correct? You have to say something, because if you nod, it is not on the record. So is that correct, Mr. Nretsai?
Can you repeat the question, please?
I gave reference to certain pages of today's transcript where you said that you were discussing the dates of events in April, especially dates of encounters with Salih Mustafa, with two persons, specifically Ismail Nretsai and Daud Verbowski, correct?
Yes.
Lines 1921 of the same page, and I quote that you spoke to some others as well, but they are not important. And you continued, their names are not important. However, for us, it actually might be important, and I would like to ask you about the names of other persons with whom you discussed the dates of that encounter with Salih Mustafa in April 1999. So could you please give us those names of those other persons?
Do you want me to give you all of the names or only some of the names?
Names of the people who discussed with you the dates of the encounter with Salih Mustafa. And you told me these two names before, your brother Daud and Ismail Nretsai. What were the names of the others with whom you were discussing those dates?
When I discussed these things after the war, I spoke to Daud and Ismail, whether that was the date, but I stand by what I said on the 1st of April and the 2nd of April. Let's not mention what Daud or Ismail said. I stand behind the dates 1st of April and 2nd of April.
Please answer the question. There has been a question asked. With whom, other than those two persons, did you discuss the dates? We don't want a discussion about the dates. We want to know with whom you talked about. So don't dance around the question, please.
One of them is also Bislim Nretsai, Oreja. I discussed it with him, whether that was the date. We were not obliged to know these dates because we did not know whether we will survive or not, and we did not keep notes because we did not dare keep notes.
Mr. Verbowski, when did you discuss those dates with Bislim Nretsai? When was the discussion between you and him on the dates?
After I gave the statement to the defense counsel, I discussed whether it was that date or not, but it's a matter of one day. It's not a matter of years, it's a matter of one day.
With Mr. Bislim Ndreci on the same day when you gave the statement to the defense, namely on the 22nd of March 2021 or later?
It was later. I don't know how many days after that. I'm not sure.
Statement, correct?
I don't think he said that. He said after, or
I don't know how many days after that he said.
yes,
So
but I don't know. I would
I
I would
understand.
rephrase it, please.
Of course, Your Honor,
thank you.
I apologize.
No, no.
I apologize. Was it still on the same month when you had this discussion about the dates with Mr. Ndreci? Namely, was it still in March 2021? You gave your statement on the 22nd of March 2021. So, did you discuss with him the dates still in March?
Yes, it could be end of March. I'm not very certain because that date was not very important. There wasn't any particular event to remember it by.
Do you know whether Mr. Bislim Ndreci had also given a statement to the defense in this very case?
I don't know. I wasn't interested in knowing what he stated or whether he gave a statement. That it was more important for me to give a statement and my statement.
Mr. Bislim Ndreci, that you had given statement to the defense, correct?
Yes, I told him, discussed whether it was the 1st or the 2nd of April. That was the difference between our views, but I know that it was the 1st of April. It's possible that they made the mistake and not me.
The names of those who talked to you about the dates was Ismail Ndreci, Daud Verbovci, and Bislim Ndreci. Anyone else?
No, I did not discuss it with anyone else.
Those dates with Bislim Ndreci, was also Ismail Ndreci and Daud Verbovci present, or did you discuss with each three of them those days separately? How did it go?
These were separate meetings because we couldn't meet all of us at once. And it wasn't very important. I didn't think it important.
When you had meetings with Ismail Ndreci and Daud Verbovci on those dates, do you remember those meetings, the dates of the meetings?
No, I don't remember at all. I know that we discussed it after I gave the statement to the defense counsel.
You had the meeting with Bislim Ndreci on those dates, or after that meeting with Bislim Ndreci?
What do you mean after? After the statement that I gave to the defense counsel?
Let me just walk you step by step. So on the 22nd of March 2021, you gave your statement to the defense. Then you said that a few days later, but possibly still in March, you had a meeting with Bislim Ndreci. Correct so far?
Really?
Yes, that's fine.
You also spoke about the dates with Ismail Ndreci and Daud Verbovci. And my question is, when did you speak with Ismail Ndreci and Daud Verbovci about it? Before the meeting with Bislim Ndreci or after the meeting with Bislim Ndreci?
Was
After the meeting with Bislim Ndreci.
With Bislim Ndreci, anything else apart from the dates in relation to the events of April 1999 or anything else about the war?
We discussed it, of course. Our lives wasn't safe all our lives. We discussed all those things, our troubles, the sufferings that we experienced, and that we discussed that today as well. Though that's nothing secret.
I understand. To be a little bit more specific, and I'm going to finish in a moment with these questions, did you discuss with Bislim Nerezi on that occasion the events that were developing in April 1999 in Bar-Lev?
Yes, at the time we were soldiers. We discussed it with Bislim, but also with other fighters who were there.
Can you take off your headphone, Mr. Witness? Mr. Prosecutor, I'm not completely sure if the answer the witness is giving refers to back then that they would discuss it, or that he discussed it now.
Your Honor is absolutely right. There is some unclarity. I'll try to clarify it.
Thank you.
Mr. Verwowski, this must be my fault because sometimes I might be unclear about my question. So let me ask you again. You had that discussion with Bislim Nerezi at the end of March, in March 2021. My question was, during that meeting, were you discussing with Bislim Nerezi the events that were occurring in April 1999 in Bar-Lev?
Yes, we usually discuss those topics. We don't discuss other stuff. We are interested and discuss what happened in our country. Of course, with our co-fighters, that is what we discuss all the time. We were in danger, we survived.
Is that the case?
Yes.
With Bislim Nerezi, in March 2021, did you talk with him about the case of Salih Mustafa, the case which is being adjudicated before this court?
Well, that's the matter for the court. We don't involve ourselves in the matters of the court. The justice will prevail.
Very, very fair of you to say that. My question was, however, did you discuss with Bislim Nerezi the case of Salih Mustafa? Did you talk about it during that meeting in March 2021?
I meet Bislim very often as friends, as brothers, as neighbors. These topics have been discussed many times. We also like to have conversations that are more relaxed and not discuss the war every single time.
Mr. Witness, please answer the questions. Yeah? It's a long day, and I want focused answers. If the Mr. Prosecutor asks you, then you say yes or no. You can elaborate, but this is not an answer to the question.
The question was again, and try to be more precise and direct in your answers, Mr. Verbowski. During that meeting with Bislim Nerezi in March 2021, did you also talk about the case of Salih Mustafa, the case before this court?
It may be possible that we discussed because our friend is imprisoned and that's a pain, and we it's an absence. It's possible that we discussed it and we may discuss it in the future. And we discussed that we hope that he will be released, so that would be the topic.
Earlier on, I asked you a few questions at the very beginning of my questioning, whether you were following this case or not, and you told us that you were following this case on television, correct?
No, we didn't. We knew that we would be called as witnesses, and that's all. I have no idea of others who was here or who wasn't. I don't have that knowledge, information.
I believe that today you mentioned the fact that you were following the testimonies of Mr. Borovci, Mr. Fatmir Humoli, correct?
Yes, I stated that partially. And I gave you the names. We don't have to continue further on this subject because I told you. I followed 2 or 3 persons. I gave you the names.
I'm not denying that. My question is, in relation to that, did you discuss with Bislim Nerezi at any point the statements of those persons whom you mentioned today? Mr. Borovci, Mr. Fatmir Humoli?
No, I had no contacts. I didn't discuss that.
They are witnesses in this case, both of them, Mr. Borovci and Mr. Humoli. You are also a witness in this case. Weren't you interested to know what they are saying, what the course of this case is, where the case is going? Were you not interested to know?
No, I was only interested in my statement. I don't want to take into consideration anything else. That is for you, that they will appear before you, you will question them, they will answer to you, and my responsibility is only what I say. I'm not interested in anything else because my head is heavy with the matters of the war.
Mr. Bislim Nerezi is a co-villager of yours and a friend of yours, and you said today, a few minutes ago, that you were talking to him frequently. So wasn't it a topic of your conversations every now and then? The statements of Borovci, the statement of Humoli?
It's been a while since I saw them. It's been 2 weeks, over 2 weeks. They were witnesses as of late. I am from a village, but we live in different neighborhoods. Bislim lives 7 or 8 kilometers from my house, but we still are in the same village.
We will come to Mr. Bislim Nerezi in a moment, Your Honors. I would like to, before we move to that topic, finalize my questions that I finished when we went for a break, namely about unit of the witness.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Werbowski, today, and we have it on page 30, line 1, when asked about you belonging to any brigade, you mentioned Brigade 153. Correct?
No, that is incorrect. It's 151. Don't change things because I cannot reply to you for you to hear what you want. Please present before me the truth because I may decide not to say anything. I think I mentioned this twice.
And I will give you the floor, Mr. Prosecutor. I have in front of me here page 30 of the transcript where you say we were part of Brigade 153. That might have been an error of, wait, I will give you the floor. That might have been an error of translation and I will have the translation unit look into it. But Mr. Prosecutor, at this moment in time, he is not saying anything else than what we all read in this transcript. So I will have it revised to see what you said, and you can now answer his question, but without the thought that he was saying something for something else. Yeah? Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Mr. Verbowski, don't take it as an offense, and I don't mean it in this way. I simply, as and Her Honor has just stated, I was quoting the transcript. Maybe the transcript is wrong. It says that you were, in broader terms, member of Brigade 153. Could you clarify it for us? Was it 153 or another brigade?
I stated earlier 151 Zahir Bayazidi, and that is something that will not change. If you provoke me by changing it to 153, there's a difference there. I'm being questioned for a day, for 2 hours now.
Please calm down. No need to alter your voice or to change tone. We are here in good faith. I'm supervising this examination of you. And what happened is that there was something different stated in the transcript. And we will look into it, and now you can clarify what you meant. And if we see that it was stated wrongly, yeah, we will make a note of that. Okay? Thank you.
Mr. Verbowski, so we have it clear that you were in part of Brigade 151 then, correct?
True.
Today, however, when I analyzed the statement that you gave to the defense in March last year, there is a discussion about your unit and the military formation that you belonged during the war. On page 5, 6, and briefly on page 7, you never mention any brigade. What you are saying in that statement is that you belong to the intervention unit, and you mentioned also surveillance unit, but you never mentioned being a member of any brigade. Why didn't you mention that brigade to the defense in March last year?
The defense should have asked me which brigade did I belong to. And I do not give answers without having a question first. I don't have to answer if I'm not asked, and that's what it is.
Thank you for this answer. Today you told us, and we have it in the transcript, page 86, lines 23 to 25, there is a discussion about Mr. Yusuf Shalaku, and the question of the prosecutor was Mr. Yusuf Shalaku your commander? Your answer was, yes, he was. Correct?
Yes.
I have a slight problem with this because I'm making a reference right now to the statement that you gave to the defense. And this is, again, statement DSM 00076 to 00089, page 6. And there is a very brief discussion of who Mr. Yusuf Shalaku is. The question is, who was Yusuf Shalaku? That was the question of the Defense Counsel. Your answer to that is, he was, I don't know if I can call him a military person. He was an early activist and received training in Albania. He was an early activist for the national cause. So you didn't mention in the defense statement last year that Yusuf Shalaku was your commander, did you?
No, but of course that is understood that someone was there. If I had mentioned it, he was an early activist. He completed some military training in Albania. He was able to lead.
Plain and simple, that he was your commander, did you? It's a yes or no question.
I was not asked. I wasn't asked who our commander was. I was speaking about that unit, and I stand behind it.
And also for Mr. Witness and everybody present, I've seen that in the transcript, my eye fell on it, and I was also informed that on page 30, line 16, the interpreter corrects, it's written in the transcript, 51, and then correction. So at a later moment, very soon after, a correction was made. I see a thumbs up of the witness. So you have been reflected as you stated, but it came only after.
Yes.
So rest assured, Mr. Witness, that we try to reflect everything what you say as accurate as possible. Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Verbowski, you're telling us that you didn't mention Yusuf Shalaku as a commander because the question was not asked about your commander, correct? During the defense statement in March last year.
Yes, you don't have to answer without having the question. If you ask me, I will answer.
Was actually asked on, let me refer to the precise page. This is on page 7, again, defense statement, DSM 00076 00089. And there is a discussion about your unit and its commander. You don't mention Yusuf Shalaku, you mention somebody else. The question is as follows. Did your unit receive any commands to execute this intervention? And there is a talk about some intervention. And in this context, you mention in your reply, that was Commander Johnny, Nejmi Lumnica. And then there is a question who reported to the HQ, and you say Nejmi Lumnica did as he was more senior than us. So could you clarify who was your commander? Was it Nejmi Lumnica, Johnny, or was it Yusuf Shalaku, as you are claiming today?
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Mr. Prosecutor, I will give the floor to the defense, but first I will ask Mr. Witness to take off his headphones. Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
Yes. Yes, Your Honor, it seems that the prosecutor wants to hear who was the commander of this, of the witness, but the question and the answer, I think, states clearly there was another unit that came to assist us. That was Commander Nejmi Lumnia. So I don't think that the suggestion of the prosecutor, which implies basically that that person would be his commander, be fair to just ask or open a more open question, say who is that, and then from there on continue, rather than inferring something to the witness.
Defense counsel, from that paragraph, I see that it could be a possible interpretation, but if you go to the next question, who reported this to the headquarters? And then it said Nekshmi Lumnika did, as he was more senior than us. And I understood from that, or you can understand from that, maybe it's that more the right formulation, that it was the head. But
I'm just asking that this would be dealt with in a more open manner.
We can proceed in that way.
Yes.
Mr. Prosecutor, I leave it to you, but I see the suggestion of the Defense Counsel.
I think the Defense Counsel is right, and I'm going to just rephrase it and ask it more openly. Who was Nejmi Lumnica Johnny? Whom you...
Oh, wait. Thank you. Very well, Mr. Witness, that you were so quick in doing that.
Mr. Verbowski, I apologize, I'm too fast, I think. I would like to rephrase my last question. Who was Nejmi Lumnica Johnny? You referred to him as a commander, but who was he? Whose commander was he? Could you tell us?
Nejmi Lumnica was a soldier, commander of Barileva unit. We were all in the Lumnica neighborhood. We had to go from Vernica to Vranadol. There we set up another unit where Yusuf Shalaku was responsible, was in charge. He was appointed commander, Johnny.
Is that he was the commander of this second group of KLA soldiers in Barileva from the Lumnica neighborhood. Is that what you are saying?
He was the first commander of the neighborhood. That's where we had our organization first. That's where we got our directions, instructions. Then another unit was formed in my home, in Verbov's neighborhood. So we cooperated. The main thing was that he was the most important person, Nejmi Lumnica.
The most important person in relation to whom? To all the units in Barileva, or could you explain that?
Nejmi Lumnica was responsible for all of us. He was appointed by Brigade 151. That's how it was.
Hierarchically superior to Yusuf Shalaku in the structure of the KLA in Barileva?
Yes, it was.
So, just to clarify it once and for all, you were in the unit whose commander, the immediate commander, was Yusuf Shalaku, correct?
Yes.
In the vertical structure was Mr. Lumnica.
Correct.
Was the overall head of the KLA in Barileva.
Yes. Correct.
You know who was the superior of Mr. Lumnica, who was hierarchically over him, above him?
It was Commander Kosa. He reported to my aunts.
To whom could you tell us the name of that person to whom he reported?
Necmi Lumnica
Necmi Lumnica acted upon the orders of the staff, general staff, on the orders of the brigade commanders. He was directly linked with them. We didn't know everything. We just received orders by Necmi Lumnica.
What you are saying right now is that Necmi Lumnica was receiving orders from the command of Brigade 151. Is that what you are saying?
Yes, yes, certainly, yes.
Mr. Prosecutor, could you give an indication to the panel how long your cross is going to take still?
I do not have too many questions, Your Honors. I would say, if you give me just a second to take a look at my documents. I would say not more than 15 minutes, not more than that.
Okay. Because for next time, I would have a preference that we are far over the time used in direct examination, and I have seen that I allowed for it, but it's better that I don't call your attention to it. But we try to have a balanced.
Of course, Your Honor. Thank you very much for that leniency. And okay, I'll try to be super brief, just to clarify a few things, and I'll be done with my cross-examination.
Just what is needed.
Of course, of course. Mr. Verbowski, do you have a status of the Kosovo Liberation Army veteran?
Oh.
Yes.
Are you on the Kosovo Liberation Army veterans list?
Oh.
Yes.
Do you know in which unit you're evidenced on that list? Under which unit? Because usually on the list we can see that a person who is there is indicated as being a former member of a certain KLA unit. Do you know what unit was stated when it comes to your name on that list?
Këto nezide I ka marrë.
These, afterwards, these were linked to BIA. So this certificate issued to me, it says that I belong to BIA. BIA was an intervention unit to assist the population. There are many things to say about it, but the superiors know them, not me. I don't have a lot of knowledge about it.
During the war?
Yusuf and others placed our unit in the BIA unit.
Were you, during the war, at any point, a member of the BIA unit? Yes or no?
No, I was not. At the end, it was the commanders who decided where the soldiers were.
Do you know who was the commander of the BIA unit?
I didn't know who the main commander was, but I know that we worked under Yusuf's order. He was our commander. I don't know more. I don't know who the main ones were. I never knew.
Who member of the BIA unit? Do you know that?
I don't know. For me, they were soldiers. It didn't matter to me what unit or what brigade they belonged to. We had the same aim.
You told us just a minute ago that you were not a member of BIA, Nevertheless, the certificate that was issued to you to be listed as a KLA veteran states that you were in BIA unit. So were you or were you not in BIA unit?
Your Honor.
Wait. Mr. Witness, can you take off your headphones, please? Defense counsel?
Yes, Your Honor, I think the question has been answered just before, and that it was issued, and so I don't think that the,
Can you give us the lines?
well, let me see.
It's 106, line 15. Is that what you mean?
Let me see, 106, oh, excuse me, 106. Yeah, so this certificate was
25.
issued to, excuse me?
100 is line 25.
1 and 125.
106, line 25.
Line 25. 106, line 25. No, I was not at the end. Yes, at the end it was the commanders who decided where these soldiers were, I assume it must say, from.
I would
So-
say, Defense Counsel, that is not about the question about the certificate. If you go to line 106, line 15,
Yeah, it was-
then there the witness says something about the certificate, and I think that Mr. Prosecutor is now going into how he came on that certificate, and I think we can elaborate a little bit more on that.
It's not a problem as long as there is not a yes or no question to such answer of the Mr. Prosecutor. I think that would be unfair. I mean, if the gentleman says how it was issued to him and so on, then there is no fun. Are you yes or no on it?
That he is on it can be answered with a yes or no. The reason why he is on it can be elaborated.
Well, Your Honor, if he is on it, yes or no, that does not need to be a question. Whether he is on it or not, I don't think is an issue if that is what I understand from the prosecutor.
But he can ask the question, Defense Counsel, if the witness is on that list or not, because he could also say, I didn't know that I was on that list. That's also a possibility. And then Mr. Prosecutor can confront him with the fact that they have found a list with his name on it. So I don't think that we are putting the witness in a position that he's made to answer something what he doesn't want. You can proceed.
Your Honor, my only thing is to clarify, because the witness is saying he was not in BIA. Officially, however, he was issued a certificate, an official one confirming that. And I would like to have from this witness an answer. What is the truth?
Please proceed. Mr. Witness, please put on the headphones.
Mr. Verbowski, so you told us that you were not in BIA during the war. At the same time, you confirmed that the certificate issued to you as a KLA veteran states official that you were in BIA. So tell us, were you or were you not in BIA?
I was a soldier of Brigade 151. As to how the commanders divided the units in the end, the way they have done that, it says that we were BIA soldiers. After we told them that we had greater responsibilities, that we had no casualties in our work, that's why we were proud.
During the war. Is that what
no,
you're saying?
Defense Counsel, Mr. Prosecutor, I think we will stop it here.
That's fine.
I've heard the answer of him, of the witness, and this topic will do. Defense counsel, is there something you want to add? Okay.
Mr. Witness, do you know that Bislim Nereci was interviewed at some point in Kosovo by the defense? Do you know about this fact?
Yes, I know that he has given a statement.
When it was?
No, I don't know that.
Before you gave the statement, 22nd of March 2021, or after your statement?
I'm not sure about that. I can't say yes or no.
Were you present when Mr. Bislim Nereci was interviewed?
No. No. No, he was not.
Did you ever tell Bislim Nereci what you had stated to the defense in your statement?
No, because the defense told us that you don't need to discuss this with anyone. You gave your statement and that's it. I didn't ask him, he didn't ask me. He had his own opinion, I had mine.
Speaking about your interview, who put you in touch with the defense for you to give that statement to the defense? Who was the person who put you in touch?
I never knew that. I don't know it even today, but I know that the defense lawyers that are here present today came up to me and asked me, can you give a statement about this case, about which I have given a statement, what I knew, what I could remember.
Asking whether you would give an interview in this case, correct?
Correct, yes. They asked me, are you willing to give an interview? I said yes.
This interview, around the time, were you in touch with any of the members of Salih Mustafa?
Mr. Prosecutor? No, wait.
No.
Can you take off your headphones? What do you mean with any of the members of Salih Mustafa?
Members of the family.
Ah, okay.
Did I
okay,
not
no,
say
family members.
Family?
Okay.
Family members.
Yeah,
Yes, Your
because
Honor.
members can be. Sorry, maybe it was clear for everybody, but not for me. Mr. Witness, can you put on your headphones?
So again, let me re-ask my question. Around the time of the interview, were you in touch of any of the members of the family of Salih Mustafa?
No. Even now as I speak, I don't know the members of his family.
Including questions, Your Honors, and I will be done with this cross-examination. Mr. Verbowski, what has been your relationship, if any, with Salih Mustafa after the war?
I have never had any relationship with him, never. I have honored him for what he was, namely an activist, and I still do. But as to context or conversations, I never had. We have greeted each other, but not more than that.
Have you been meeting with Salih Mustafa after the war on any events?
Në aktivitet
I believe, yes, in activities. In anniversaries, I have met him. It was a day of independence when I also met him, but never, not more than.
Okay.
But I never even said cheers to him.
Do you remember when was the last time when you met him, when you met Mr. Salih Mustafa?
mundë me qenë para 5 vite.
Maybe 5 years ago, when we commemorated the Day of Independence, we were a group of former units. We celebrated it, and that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Verbowski. Your Honors, I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. Mr. Witness, we have now completed the questioning for now by the Defense Counsel and the Specialist Prosecution's Office. It's now the turn for the Victims Counsel, so I will ask them if they have any questions for you. Victims Counsel, do you have questions for the witness?
Yes, thank you, Your Honors. We have one question to you, Mr. Verbowski. Did you see or speak to Mr. Beslim Neritzi during your stay here in The Hague?
I'm looking at the Defense Counsel. Would you do the redirect?
No, we don't have.
You don't have any questions at this moment in time. So in that case, I will have a look at the Specialist Prosecution Office if following up on the question of the Victims Counsel, there is still a need to ask a further question. Mr. Prosecutor? No further questions. We have had one question of the Victims Counsel.
Your Honors, no questions at all. Thank you.
Very well. Then it's the turn for the panel now, Mr. Witness. We might have some questions. I'm going to look if my colleagues have any questions for you in order to see if we need some further clarification that can assist us to find to try to find further the truth. I will have a look. I will give the floor to my right hand.
Mr. Verbowski, do you know Fatmir Humoli?
I know him very well.
Did you meet him in Barilevo in time of the war?
Oh.
Yes.
Can you recall by whom he was with company?
He met with Yusuf Shalaku, but I don't remember very well when. Our duty was only to accompany them.
Was he also with the company of Mr. Salih Mustafa?
Ja, to nuk I di.
I don't know that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Judge. Mr. Witness, the day has been quite long, so I will be short. Don't worry. On page 78 of the transcript of today, lines 10 and 11, you said, and you were referring to Salih Mustafa, we would be notified that he would come. By whom were you notified that he would come?
We were notified by the civilian defense, who were working together with the soldiers. I mean, they had also responsibilities like the soldiers.
Okay. And for who else were you notified that somebody would come?
It was not only Salih Mustafa who came there. I don't think there is any superior in the lab zone that didn't pass by where we were. And there isn't any leaders of Kosovo then that didn't pass by my house. So we were informed because we had to provide security for them to see if there were enemy movements and so on.
By this answer, shall I understand that you were notified in advance where important persons would come to you?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Witness. I don't have any further question, Madam Presiding Judge.
Thank you very much. Mustafa Bovci, we reached the end of your testimony. And I would like to thank you for your efforts you put in giving your testimony. And I believe that it will be of assistance in our task to find the truth. So thank you very much. I will ask the court usher to accompany you. I wish you a safe journey home. And I remind you not to discuss this testimony you have given before the specialist chambers with anyone. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Court Usher. Let us see. Before we adjourn, Mr. Prosecutor, something to raise with the panel?
Nothing further, Your Honors. Thank you.
And Victims' Counsel?
No, thank you, Your Honors.
Very well. Defense Counsel, something you would like to share, you would like to raise with the panel?
Nothing in particular, just if Mr. Shala would do the examination, whether then that is possible to do that.
I'm not hearing you.
Okay. Just when Mr. Shala is doing the examination, that he can do that in Albanian, as he did. So, I mean.
And can you clarify for next week how the division is made by you and Mr. Shala?
We have not decided about it, Your Honor. Just we'll.
Oh, you have not. But I would like to be informed on beforehand.
Sure.
And then
sure.
you ask leave, and we decide on it. And if you do it on forehand, but it's good for us to be informed on beforehand.
Sure.
Because it's an exception to the general rule. And we don't want to create any precedents.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Very well. So before we adjourn for the hearing that will be on Monday, 11th of April at 9:30, with the testimony of witness 900. I want to thank the parties and the participants for their attendance, and the stenographer and the interpreters and the people from the audiovisual booth and the security for their assistance in these days. So the hearing is adjourned.
All rise.